Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order, October 3rd, Town Council meeting to order. If you would please join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If you'll continue standing as Reverend Nathan Futrell comes forward and gives an invocation.
Mayor Perry and Town Council, it's an honor to be here. Let's pray. Lord Jesus, we thank you so much for today. And God, I personally thank you on behalf of those in this room, for those that are gathered in front of me. Lord, those that you have placed in positions of influence and leadership. God, that leadership is a burden and that burden is a gift. And so, God, I pray that as there are deliberations and decisions and evaluations, that we would remember the words in Proverbs 4:7. The beginning of wisdom is this: get wisdom, and whatever you get insight. Prize her highly and she will exalt you. She will honor you if you embrace her. She will place on your head a graceful garland. She will bestow on you a beautiful crown. And Lord, I pray that as they continue to lead in wisdom that you will give from on high, that they will continue to create in this place a beautiful place to live and visit for many, many years to come. We pray this all through the power of your Spirit in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you very much.
Speakers. Fire marshal's not around anywhere.
Mr. Orlando, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Mayor and Council.
Quiet, please.
We would like to add item 5C, presentation of commendations for the 36040 committee member in the celebration.
And is there
5C.
And there's also another one under presentations, recognitions.
Yes, item 5D regarding Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
Okay. Thank you. Is there
Move to amend the agenda as proposed.
Second? All right, all those in favor signify by raising your right hand. So moved. Thank you. All right, Mark, report of the town manager.
Yes, sir. And Mayor and Council, good afternoon, members of the public. A couple things to talk about today. Our town's emergency management division. I don't see Tom Dunn here. Oh, there he is. I saw a hand. Hello, sir. We were notified on September 28th that the town has received full accreditation from the Emergency Management Accreditation Program, EMAP, as they call it. EMAP's an independent nonprofit organization that fosters excellence and accountability in emergency management programs by establishing credible standards applied in a peer review accreditation process. The process began with a year-long self-evaluation. So for the last year, we were working on this, self-evaluating, where the town staff, through Tom Dunn's leadership, documented how we meet 66 different standards. Through that process, we were provided over 300 reference documents as verification of, we provided over 300 reference docs as verification of compliance with the standards. So what a great amount of work that's been. Then EMAP completed a week-long site visit to review our documentation, our facilities, interview staff, and determine if indeed we've met their high standards. The town's only the third emergency management program in the state to receive this accreditation, and the smallest in the U.S. based upon community population. So without further ado, Tom Dunn and your entire team, thank you very much. Chief Blankenship, thank you very much. Just a great team and very proud to be a part of that. Could have made you go last. It's hard to follow that. So Tom Sunday, is Tom in here? There he is, Tom. Presented at our annual Municipal Technology Conference, September 20th to the 22nd. Tom's a board member of the Municipal Technology Association and is serving as past president. Why is that important? We have a leader amongst leaders in the room with us, and he is our technology and innovation director, and he just continues to do a great job, just not internally, but externally amongst his peers and in the state of South Carolina. So thank you, Tom, for that. And then another one, our website won an award. Since the update and relaunch of our website a couple years ago, we've received many awards from the National Association of Government Web Professionals. So this year we won 2 awards, the 2023 Pinnacle Award, which is the City County Small Population Group, and the 2023 Members' Choice Award in the same category. So again, Angie, your team, Renee, everybody, really, this is definitely an organization effort, but definitely great leadership, and thanks and great job. And Mayor, that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. So October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Nearly 1 in 8 women and 1 in 833 men are expected to contract breast cancer in their lives. So to help shine a light on this important cause and National Mammography Day, which is October 19th, we are asking town council and town staff to wear pink on the day of our next meeting on October 17th. Anyone who attends this meeting is also welcome to join and to show their support for women and men who are battling, who have lost their lives to breast cancer. Thank you in advance for your support.
Mayor, if you might, before you move on from that, matter of personal privilege, my sister is a breast cancer survivor. And I've had other friends who've been battling breast cancer. So I will be walking on October 21 in the Pledge the Pink Walk with Volunteers in Medicine. It's called Vim and Vigor at Jarvis Creek Park starting at 9 a.m. And it's my honor to recognize my sister and other breast cancer survivors and battlers in that walk.
Thank you. And now I would like to, let's see, let me make sure I'm right here. Call up Marshal Battalion, Fire Chief Marshal Battalion Chief Russell Rogers. Come on in. Hello.
Thank you.
Fire Week proclamation. Whereas the town of Hilton Head Island is committed to ensuring safety and security of all those living in and visiting our town. And whereas cooking is a leading cause of home fires in the United States, and 2 of every home fires start in the kitchen, with 31% of these fires resulting from unattended cooking. And whereas Hilton Head Island residents should turn pot handles toward the back of the stove, always keep a lid nearby when cooking, keep a 3-foot kid-free zone around the stove, oven, and other things that could get hot. Watch what they heat and set a timer to remind them they are cooking. And whereas residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to spot a fire. And whereas working smoke alarms cut the risk of dying in reported home fires almost in half. And whereas Hilton Head Island Fire Rescue first responders are dedicated to reducing the occurrence of home fires and home fire injuries through prevention and protection education. Whereas the 2023 Fire Prevention Week theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, pay attention to fire prevention, effectively serves to remind us to stay alert and use caution when cooking to reduce the risk of kitchen fires. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, do hereby proclaim October 8th to 14th, 2023 as Fire Prevention Week. And I urge all people of Hilton Head Island to check their kitchens for fire hazards and use safe cooking practices during Fire Prevention Week 2023, and to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Hilton Head Island Fire and Rescue. In testimony whereof, I hereunto set my hand and seal, cause this seal is the day the town of Hilton Head Island. I need another glass of water. Whereas, in testimony whereof, I hereunto set my hand and cause this seal of the town of Hilton Head Island to be affixed on this 3rd day of October, the year of our Lord, 2023. proclamation down there. So stand up there for a couple of minutes and try to read all that at once. It gets your tongue going. Now, a presentation of accommodations of 360-40 committee members. We had a successful month event for the 360-40 celebration, which consisted of a community picnic, community concert featuring Low Cash as the headliner, in addition to the Town of Hilton Head Island Jam LLC, with support from BMI Records, who assisted with our first annual Hilton Head Island Jam Songwriter Song Festival. We held a variety of special tours, events, and experiences which provided an opportunity for everyone to dig deeper into the rich history, culture, and people that make Hilton Head Island such a wonderful place to live. Now, if the committee members present would please come forward to accept a copy of the commendation prepared for you. Phaedra Smith, Chair. Natalie Harvey, Co-Chair. Kevin Tylis, Cinda Seaman, Karen Bizzano, Renee Tuttle, Catherine Thorne, Carolyn Grant, Taylor Ladd, Phyllis Dieter, Rashana Perry, Leah Arnold, Jordan Weber, Joe Kane, Heather Rath, Caitlin Lee, Robin Swift, Hallie Martin, John Cranford, and Angie Stone. We also have Rebecca Jeffries here from the Art League of Hilton Head Island, who led the creation of a happy birthday painting for the town's 40th anniversary. The painting was created at the community picnic by those in attendance, and she is here to present it to the town.
All right, so my name is Kristen McIntosh. I am the Executive Director of Art League of Hilton Head. This is Amy Worman, our Academy Manager. As part of the town's 360-40 community picnic, we asked anybody that came to our table or booth to paint on our sign to wish Hilton Head happy birthday, and we wanted to gift it to you all today as a thank you for your support of the nonprofits, of us, and also just our general agreement with the community spirit and support that the Hilton Head gives of the arts, and here it is. We had probably about 40 children of all ages.
Thank y'all so much. Okay, appearance by citizens. Citizens who wish to speak on matters not being discussed during the meeting may do so by submitting a request, which have been done. I would like to remind our citizens that section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you would like to give to town council, please give to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. So if you have signed up for any one of the agenda items, you will be called to speak at that point in time. Kimberly, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
We do. First, we've got Skip Hoagland.
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. Everyone asks why I now use a power of attorney, a POA, to present a fellow citizen's public comment along with my own for a total of 6 minutes speaking time. There are multiple reasons for doing so, and I encourage others to do the same. In my case, it's the nonprofit chamber is frequently allowed 20-minute presentations to the town council, and it's impossible for me and other citizens to give a proper opposing viewpoint to their dog and pony shows seeking millions in illegal tax funding. On this issue alone, I really need more than 6 minutes. I will apply on how to replace this legal chamber's DMO in 2024, and I will get my 20 minutes to present. Also, many groups such as 278 Corridor Committee, Workforce Housing, and others who also want to receive 15 to 20-minute presentations could accomplish this with 5 or 6 people assigning their POAs to one spokesperson to present this more effectively. We all sit here and often listen to long presentations by this town that have no transparency on where and how our tax monies just disappear. The other reason is many people fear public speaking. And now many who don't fear public speaking do fear because they might get sued for defamation by public officials which would result against the public in very expensive lawsuits that happened to me. This resulted in hundreds of thousands of legal fees for me and now a $50 million judgment against me by Murdoch lawyers. We've all heard of Murdoch. Mayor Lisa Solka in Bluffton, Kim Likens on Hilton Head, and the chamber are involved in this. These types of malicious, frivolous lawsuits actually violate your First Amendment rights, and even though you are innocent, you still have to pay the lawyers to defend you. These suits could bankrupt most people in this room and their families. Citizens also fear interruptions to their speech, $1,000 citations, and even removal by police force because they don't want to hear the ugly truth and facts on their corruption. A citizen has the legal right under the federal law to complete their civil, legal, free speech under the First Amendment and use local POA documents to speak additional 3 minutes on behalf of anyone they wish or presentation for a certain group. Last and most important, by using POA, I discovered a legal way to obtain 3-minute extra speaking time for those who share my passion for fixing sloppy, non-transparent, illegally operated chambers and government. I am fortunate I can hire, defend, and protect myself and my family from malicious, frivolous lawsuits, and I can demonstrate in a court of law that I am right and win, and I can take this all the way to the Supreme Court, which is exactly what I intend on doing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Lynn Greeley.
Did you say Lynn Greeley?
Mr. Hoagland, as we have stated before, this is outside of the norm, and we do not allow you to stack your time to speak. And if you do, you will be going against our ordinance and will face that citation.
Thank you very much. I look forward to that. Perry, you have the gall to interrupt my time right then and say I will be issued a $1,000 citation, 12 total, for my rightful 3-minute speeches for someone else with a POA. Yet you sit up there and you lie on behalf of the chamber crook, Bill Miles, and his buddy board and his lawyers and all these cronies behind him. I am calling for your removal as mayor by authorities for your fraud and your malfeasance. Let's make a deal, Mr. Perry. You and your buddy Miles give me and all taxpayers total access to the chamber's accounting and have they use millions of our tax funds under FOIA law and to all chamber members under the Nonprofit Corporation Act law. If you do that, I will sit down. I will not make any more 3-minute comments. And in fact, I will never attend another council meeting ever again. What I also want to know today is why overpaid provided. I look forward to it. What I also want to know is why the corrupt town lawyers drafted a fraudulent DMO chamber contract with Bill Miles, along with the crooked Bluffton town lawyer, Terry Finger, that Orlando was involved in one time. Why did all council members unanimously vote in favor of millions of illegal tax funding to the chamber and Bill Miles, fully knowing it was illegal, and worse, allow Bill Miles to tell you it was his secret sauce and it's none of your business? How long is this council's malfeasance and insanity going to continue? Does this demonstrate fitness for public service? This conduct wouldn't even qualify to run your own family's bank accounts. Give me one reason how you justify this ongoing tax scam, fraud, and thievery to taxpayers who trusted you. Mr. Perry, you and this council fully knowing you are helping to facilitate ongoing secrecy and tax theft on how millions spent by your buddy Miles makes you as guilty as him. It's called accessory before the fact. An accessory before the fact is a person who aids, abets, and encourages another to commit a crime, but is also not present at the scene. An accessory before the fact, like an accomplice, may be held criminally liable to the same extent as a principal. Many jurisdictions refer to an accessory before the fact as an accomplice. I leave that with all of you to think about that real hard, because what you're doing is illegal, and you know it, and we did not elect you for that. You were elected to protect our tax monies and do things right and honestly, and you're not doing it, and you got to do it. Thank you very much.
Next.
Thomas Reitz.
Did you say Reitz?
Reitz?
Yes.
So follow that. That's going to be interesting.
Listen, Tom Reitz, Your Honor, how you doing? Counsel, Mr. Orlando. This is my second time coming before this incredible council in this incredible room of, I'm not going to be rude, but I want to talk to these people. Welcome all of you. I don't know if you know it, but I'm on county
Mr.
council.
Reed, I need you to speak to us.
I'm not their, I'm their counterpart in the county. And one thing I said I'd like to do was to try to work together. And one of the things I want to talk about today is this workforce housing. I think the town and the county are together, really coming together to try to fix that. And one piece of the pie is this, I think it's going to come up later today, a vote for the office park. And I want to commend this council to get it to this point. I also, is David Despain here? Is he here? Can he stand up, please?
Mr. Reeds?
Yes.
We
We
can't.
don't do that?
No, we don't do that.
I don't know the rules yet. It's about 8 months and I'll learn them, I promise you.
Here to address council.
Okay, okay. I just want to say that I support this position. We have a private citizen, a resident, that's going to spend his own money on buildings that have been in disrepair for I don't know how long. He's going to create university housing. He's going to create affordable workforce housing. And it's my humble opinion that this should be a unanimous vote. And, if there's any discussion about it today, please educate us as to why this wouldn't be a unanimous vote. There's so many different pieces to the puzzle on how to affect workforce housing. It's been going on for 100 years, and you've got somebody that's jumping through hoops that has done just about everything, or probably more than what you've asked for. And I thought it was a 4-3 vote last time to get it to this point. And, it's shocking to me, especially when we had this problem for how many years, and we got somebody that wants to spend their own money to buildings that have not been used for a long time. So I think it's a total of, and again, educate me if I'm wrong, 132 units total, 16 to the university for their use, some things to do with parking spaces, and 116 workforce housing units available for whatever that AMI is for workforce housing. And I also heard that there's no short-term rentals with this. So if it's possible, maybe the people here right now, just let these people know right now when I finish if you support this or not. And I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next. So, this is not a theater for showcase. I'm not talking to Mr. Reeds. It's not a theater for showcasing and everything else. So let's keep the decorum in line. No applause, no cheering, no jeering. We've got a lot of people here to speak today, and we've got a lot to get through. So I would appreciate if we could do that. Thank you.
I'm not sure if any others on this list are registered to speak for non-agenda items.
Non-agenda, Mr. Sledge?
It's for an item that you're considering executive session.
That's being discussed.
Not an open forum.
Okay.
And I had put this request in yesterday, and they told me that I'd be allowed to speak.
Okay. Okay.
What's the name?
Keith Sledge.
Okay, yeah, I've got you on the list.
I'm registered as.
Oh, come on up, Mr. Sledge.
Thank you very much. My name is Keith Sledge, and I live on Terabella Trace. I'm here today to speak on behalf of and with the express permission and support of 33 property owners in the Bradley Circle community. Obviously, all property owners cannot attend each public meeting, but their voices must be heard, especially relating to the executive session discussion today concerning the application of the pending ordinance doctrine. This doctrine was tested by the Supreme Court in 1979, and there's been no subsequent law passed to affect the issues that were settled by the court at that time. In Sherman versus Rivas, the Supreme Court stated it would be utterly illogical to hold that after a zoning commission has prepared a comprehensive zoning ordinance or an amendment thereto, which was on file and open to public inspection and upon which public hearings have been held, and while the ordinance was under consideration, any person could by merely filing an application compel the municipality to issue a permit which would allow him to establish a use which he either knew or could have known would be forbidden by the proposed ordinance, and by so doing nullify the entire work of the municipality in endeavoring to carry out the purpose for which the zoning law was enacted. In section 16-1-103B, the LMO's purpose and intent is to prevent the overcrowding of land and to avoid undue concentration of population. In the Sherman case, the Supreme Court went on to say an ordinance is legally pending when a governing body has resolved to consider a particular scheme of rezoning and has advertised it to the public to their intent to hold public hearings on rezoning. Therefore, allowing building permit applications submitted after the advertisement of the July 27, 2023 Planning Commission special meeting where the 4A proposed amendments were first presented and passed is not in keeping with the Supreme Court's decision regarding the pending ordinance, which has been in place since this meeting was noticed and advertised. The court has spoken repeatedly and clearly on the issue. Therefore, it is imperative that you deny all building permit applications which do not comply with the proposed 4A amendments to the LMO until such a time that the town council completes its consideration at the second reading and finalizes their decision on the 4A amendments to the LMO. If the town council seeks to confirm once again the application of the pending ordinance doctrine in spite of the clear writings of the court on this issue, the query must be directed to the ultimate authority concerning matters of law in South Carolina. That authority is the state attorney general. My neighbors and I are concerned about overdevelopment in all areas of Hilton Head Island, and we wish to thank you in advance for your kind and careful consideration of that issue before you today.
Thank you. Kim, do we have Mr. Bear signed up?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got several people on the list, just don't know if you want to speak on an agenda item versus non-agenda item.
Thank you all. This is indeed a wonderful place to live. But we all want a safe, low congestion corridor rapidly. But we're in a battle of science versus politics. Over 10,000 petition signers believe we've been sold a poorly working kludge. They want an independent study over the proper scope with public oversight to provide a second opinion. On the other side, a few politicians and the Greater Island Council, a secret lobbying group with ties to the Chamber of Commerce, have for years diverted and blocked the needed study. They have no appropriate technical expertise and they don't permit public access or transparency. County Council is also no friend. Its leadership is completely intertwined with the Greater Island Council, constantly scheming, as you see in the paper. This is one of many articles in the paper about scheming. Their so-called independent studies are shams, carefully avoiding the key questions. At the end of 2022, they constrained the town using lame duck GIC members of the outgoing town council. In 2023, the GIC this June tried a backdoor scheme to eliminate the town's remaining control, municipal consent. Thankfully, you all ignored them. We realize that timing is very important, but the GIC and their politicians could have fixed this starting in 2020 when we first told them about it and asked them to help, and any time since 2020, but they ignored it and their politicians deliberately sidetracked it. The GIC's push for speed now is another ploy to trick you into surrendering the town's protections. Where was their rush ever since 2020? The town's independent study is critical and very well supported by the population. We desperately need experts to advise us on the following areas. Are there better short-term and long-term alternatives, including safety, impacts, and throughput? What does the sheriff say about safety and speed enforcement? He hasn't spoken yet. What are the missing and hidden parts and costs, and who pays them? Rushing down the wrong path with incomplete data, as the GIC is pushing, wastes time and money and may short-circuit much better plans. You can save the corridor project. The town study will help transparently build a plan that can be proven to work. But we must act quickly. Our study is moving much too slowly. Don't let the GIC and their captive politicians run out the clock or dilute, divert, or manipulate the work to trick us once again into buying an incomplete and substandard product. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bagel.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Frank Babel, and for those of you who don't know me, I'm the president of Bike Walk Hilton Head Island. We're an advocacy organization that works with the community and town staff to help make Hilton Head Island safer and more bike-friendly for everyone. That's what we do. We've been doing this since 2011, and you see most evidence of us with people out in the pathways who are the bike ambassadors, several of who are up there. So my board took me aside and said, Frank, would you get off the soapbox and would you start talking about biking again? So that's why I'm here, to give you kudos where you deserve them, and to, if there are issues, to bring them up to your attention and to focus again on biking. So I'm back, okay? So the first thing I'd like to say is, once again, thank you so much to you folks and to town staff and the community for supporting all the things that happen that enable us to put together a really first-rate bike-friendly community application. Specifically in the town, Ashley Goodrich, Missy Lewick, Richard Edwards, and others contributed. I personally submitted over 100 pages, which were shredded. But anyway, we contributed a lot, and we have an executive relationship with the League of American Bicyclists. I feel very good about where we are. I think we're going to be quite successful, and we'll find out what happens in December. So kudos to you for doing that. Thank you for your support. Another thing is that thanks to Steve, staff, and folks in Sea Pines, we've been trying to get a pathway out of Sea Pines since I was a baby. And so I don't know what happened, but whoever it was, they sprinkled happy dust on Sea Pines. I see Tom Sharper's here, it may have been him. I don't know, but all of a sudden a pathway appeared. Thank goodness, because it's a safe pathway, but something happened between the town, you know, to give, not incentives, but the right attitude about doing things like this. And that's gonna make a big difference in safety, okay? So thank you very much, Tom, CSA, and to you folks for doing that job. Now for issues. In Shelter Cove, there is a thing called a pathway. It is terrible. For 10 years we've been trying to have it fixed and it hasn't worked. So what the town has done, and I agree with, is build another pathway, a world-class pathway on the other side of Shelter Cove Lane. So it's going to be built. Unfortunately, what's going to happen is there's another pathway across the street. It's not a pathway. And I would recommend you condemn it or buy it through some sort of an easement and convert it to a shoulder, so no one will ever use that again. So I'm asking you to do that. That's something that we need to do. Get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann?
Thank you, Council, and hello, Mark. There used to be an unspoken agreement between citizens and elected officials that equal weight was given regarding information Council received about the community's welfare. When did that change? Why, for example, are the ideas and positions of the Greater Island Council, the GIC, given more consideration than others except the Chamber? And why are some elected officials members of an organization whose main goal is to craft legislation that ultimately comes before them? Do you think that's fair to the people? Where's the Chinese wall separating the GIC from council? It's one thing for a 501c4 social welfare organization to lobby for the interests of their invitation-only membership. It's quite another for them to aggressively pursue the same elected officials to whom they are lobbying and dangle membership invitations, never mind the appalling lack of judgment by those officials who took them up on it. And why are these officials using their private emails to communicate with them? Is it because they're crafting legislation with the GIC secretly? And I have a few of those emails here. When I say a few, I have many. Whose interests are really being served? One of the GIC's most vocal members said in an email to one of you, October 9th, 2020, that said, quote, "One of the issues I tried to deal with in drafting this concept is that much of our collective effort, GIC and other groups, is aimed, at least in my perception, at bettering the life of mostly upper middle-class white people living behind the gates of our PUDs. Well, so much for social welfare. Thank you.
Will you state your name real quick?
Pardon me. Mayor Deckard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that has signed up to speak on nothing related to the two agenda items we've got coming forward? Okay. On to unfinished business. Consideration of a proposed ordinance 2023-07, amending section title 16 of the municipal code of the town of Hilton Head Island, the land management ordinance, to create a new use called Islander Mixed Use with the Sea Pine Circle District. Second and final reading. Mr. Colon, Assistant Town Manager, Community Development.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Town Manager. Pleasure to be up here to present the second and final reading of this ordinance to you tonight. It's a lengthy presentation. I'm going to move through with pace because we've covered a lot of it in previous meetings, and I'll try to focus on those items that have where additional information was requested, and please slow me down if I move too fast through any of it. We're here to consider an LMO text amendment to create a new use called Islanders Mixed Use within the Sea Pine Circle District. There was an application submitted for this text amendment consideration by Josh Tiller, working on behalf of the owners, requesting this text amendment, and it does have application to the LMO in the sections listed there: Sea Pine Circle District, the principal use section, use-specific conditions, use classifications, types, and then definitions within the LMO, those different sections. Again, a lot of information on this text, but want to point out the robust public engagement process that's been involved in this discussion. Initial request was received 15 months ago, July of 2022. There was a meeting, initial discussion with the Planning Commission in August, a month later. 2 meetings of the LMO Committee in September and November of last year. Planning Commission, public hearing, December of 2022. Went to Public Planning Committee, Subcommittee of Council in January of 23. Additional information was requested: traffic impact analysis, massing, scale, density consideration. And that information was delivered, and the Public Planning Committee met again this past June, a few months ago, and then voted to advance this to Town Council without a recommendation, but to have full discussion in Town Council of the application. The request at that time had some language consideration, including shared parking and adjacent street setback and use specific condition language, to have a 4-bedroom per dwelling unit maximum as part of the use specific condition, to require workforce housing elements regarding term, percentage, and area median income, AMI, and then to have 10% functional open space or common amenity area. On July 18th of just a couple months ago, Town Council voted 7-0 to approve the text amendment with some additional considerations. One was to include the 4-bedroom maximum that came out of committee. One was clarification on functional open space, and that definition was clarified as it's come forward. A request to increase the workforce housing percentage to 20%, as 15% was offered. And the workforce would not include the student units that are being part of that would be part of a proposal within this new use. The AMI, or area median income, at that time, the council request was that it be up to 90% of the area AMI. And excuse me, and that the agreement would be in place for 20 years from the initial date of the certificate of occupancy, which means when someone can move in to the unit. And that those be part of a workforce housing agreement recorded with a deed at the county. There was also a provision here that Islander mixed-use development could utilize a shared parking agreement on education use property, so long as the education use remained in use. There was also an amendment made to help clarify that workforce housing, that the purpose of this amendment was that it was for workforce housing, and that, if the property was sold, that it would remain workforce and not become an apartment complex. On August 15th, Town Council voted 4-3, as this came back to Town Council in August, Town Council voted 4-3 to approve the text amendment with the following changes. There were some additional consideration by the applicant and request from Town Council at the meeting, and this is what was the result of the Town Council meeting that was held on August 15th. There was a request to have 20% workforce units as part of the use-specific condition, that the AMI or area median income would be within 60 to 120% of the area median income, that the workforce housing units, excluding the student units, would be part of the workforce housing agreement and subject to a minimum term of 15 years for that workforce delivery. And then also a 4-bedroom per dwelling unit maximum. That was a recommendation that came out of the Town Council meeting on August 15th. Because there was material deviation in what the Planning Commission had reviewed during their public hearing in the previous December, it went back to Planning Commission for review of those items. Planning Commission reviewed each one of those in detail and voted unanimously to accept the recommended changes that Council had made in August. Just a reminder, there was a lot of supporting information from the applicant when they submitted this request. They had letters of support. It did include the traffic impact analysis, building mass and scale after the initial public planning committee had made those requests. This is a text amendment request. It's not approval of a project. I just want to remind everyone that it's a text amendment request that sets the parameters for potential development of this new use within Sea Pines District. The Islander mixed-use definition, it's similar to mixed-use definition in our code. However, this requires that one component is a workforce housing element combined with office use or commercial use as defined in our code. Density under this provision, this amendment, is undefined but governed by development and design standards, height, setback, buffer, open space, site coverage index, and floor area ratio, as we'll get to here in a minute. And then parking, there's a parking requirement for the residential use at 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, consistent with the multifamily parking ratio in our code, and that for non-residential, 1 per 500 gross floor area. Now onto the use-specific conditions. The parking requirement for an Islander mixed-use development can take advantage of shared parking if it has, on an education use or public property, if it has a student housing provision. The way parking is calculated is per individual use in a mixed use. So there's an allocation based on the commercial or non-residential component, and then a calculation based on the residential component. And under the shared parking agreement, there's an opportunity to take advantage of shared parking for the residential use on an education use property. And under this provision, it's limited to 75 spaces. The Islander mixed-use development must be on a property within 500 feet, measured to the nearest property line. So it doesn't have to be inclusive. The property doesn't have to surround the property, but all or a portion of the property is within 500 feet of an education use. A consideration as part of this amendment was also to prohibit short-term rentals. Short-term rentals are not allowed under this text amendment. And then the items that clarify the workforce housing component. Under the use-specific conditions, it has to include 20% of the units as workforce housing, between 60 and 120% of the area median income, has to have a workforce housing agreement, and it has to remain a workforce provision for 15 years. Oop, wrong way here, sorry. There's some other details in this amendment, including a minimum average unit size of 750 square feet for each dwelling unit. The Islander mixed use has a floor area ratio to not exceed 0.68, and I'll show you a few examples as I move through this. It introduces a new feature, site coverage index of 50%, and so only the building footprint can only cover up to 50% of the site area. And then a little more detail on this 10% functional open space. It must be designated area that offers outdoor, active, or passive recreational and gathering spaces for the use of the residents. There was an increase in the adjacent street buffer for other streets, including Office Way, up to 35 feet. And again, clarification on the 4-bedroom per unit maximum. I do want to point out that Seapine Circle has a lot of entitled uses built in the code. You can see them listed here. There's residential, public, civic, institutional, health, commercial, lots of different commercial uses, vehicle sales, industrial use as well, such as self-storage. So there's a lot of opportunity through entitlements and traffic generation or trip generation with these uses. And these are all already codified and entitled by right. As I mentioned before, the definition of Islander mixed use is very similar to the town's definition of mixed use, except for the use-specific conditions that have been discussed in several different forums, including town council back in August. As I mentioned, there's all these different types of uses currently allowed in Seapine Circle District that are permitted by right, all have levels of intensity governed by the current code provisions, and all generate traffic at different levels depending on what was located and developed within that area. Workforce housing is a use allowed in Seapine Circle District with use-specific conditions, and Islander mixed use is generally compatible with other uses in the Seapine Circle District. Sorry, a lot of background information. So when we met last, there was some discussion about this, the location criteria within 500 feet of an educational use. We presented this graphic and this information to give you an idea of the context. So you can see in the illustration, USCB property is highlighted, and then there's a green dotted line that goes around. It's a 500-foot buffer around the properties, and in this buffer, it identified 23 parcels that were all completely within or partially within or touched that 500-foot buffer line. We zoom in a little bit more and you can get an idea. So every property on this larger graphic that has a label on it are properties that are part of, that are within that 500-foot buffer, again, inclusive or touching. And to give you an idea of sort of the scale and impact or implication of that 500 feet and properties that could take advantage or use this new use. Since the meeting last time, we looked at a smaller radii to see what the implications would be. So we didn't get it any larger than 500, but we took 500 and went down to 50-foot increments, down to 250, to give an idea of what the number of parcels impacted and the implications of the change. And you can see if we reduced it down to 250 feet, it reduces the impact down to 12 properties and a total of about 20 acres. You can see it when you go to 300, it adds 1, 350, 2 more, 400, 5 more, and on until we get to the 23. For example, if you reduce it from 500 down to 450, 1 property would be removed. But within the 500-foot radii, and the contact to the properties, it's a total of 23 properties and a little under 45 total acres that would be impacted, by this change. We've listed the properties with a little more detail, and it was all included in delivery, but you can see the acreage on the right. You can see the properties that are impacted based on the distance requirement going from 250 to 500 feet. So I will say the smaller the distance, the fewer the properties that could take advantage of the new use implication, or the new use requested within the district, and wanted to provide that information to council as requested. I want to point out just quickly on the density, we had this discussion. Under this new use, density is not defined by the traditional density calculations that we've done here historically. So residential unit was typically defined as number of units per acre. Within the Sea Pines district, it allows 12 units per acre and up to 10,000 square feet of non-residential development. This doesn't define density in that way. It defines massing and scale by height, setback, buffer, floor area ratio, site coverage index, and those other open space and impervious coverage. So all of those things govern the sort of maximum size of development that can occur on the property. I do want to say that this is not new, and that the Coligny Resort District has a similar provision. There is no density cap in Coligny, and could take advantage of those same design standards and governing elements, height, setback, buffer, on and on and on, to define the maximum intensity for development on those sites. Excuse me. We went a little deeper. Again, because we're not evaluating a specific project, but a project has been floated, we were given a couple of concepts. We'll go through just a little bit of comparison. But we were presented with some different options at a conceptual level. We had a workforce housing commercial conversion concept, a mixed-use development based on the existing entitlements and calculations for density within the district, and then an Islander mixed-use development using this different way to look at density and using these other design standards to govern the massing and scale. We also looked at some other developments on the island. You can see Waterwalk 1 and 2 have effective densities of 23 and 27 units per acre. They have floor area ratios 1.8 and 2. Aquaterra, you can see there 19 dwelling units per acre, 0.82 FAR. And then Harbor Town, we want to make sure that we're being realistic in the evaluation. And until we really have a specific project in line to review and apply all these performance standards and design standards, we don't know exactly what the outcome is going to be, but we have a pretty good idea with not 100% certainty, but a pretty good idea of the impacts that it would have on a feasibility of site development. And one other thing is our code doesn't currently define a dwelling unit with any kind of maximum size. So a dwelling unit could be 500 square feet, it could be 5,000 square feet. I think it might be on the next slide or coming up here. So we looked at density and build-out scenarios within the Sea Pine Circle District, and certainly the 23 properties that under the 500 feet could take advantage of this new conditional use. As I mentioned in the last meeting, 6 of the properties are already non-conforming. They're overbuilt from a density standpoint. I won't name one, but we have one property that's built at 25,000 square feet on 1.45 acres. Under the current non-residential density, they can only get 14,000, 15,000 square feet. So they're already over density. So the intensity on that site it already exceeds what could happen. There were properties that had additional development potential, and we looked at what would happen if they took advantage of that existing ability to build more. We made assumptions that it would be more development like what's already there in these scenarios. And then we looked at if each property was converted to the Islander mixed use from a residential standpoint, what would that density intensity look like, and what would the trip generation result, to try to look at it from a comparative standpoint. Again, not being able to identify and generate every scenario within these districts, but have an ability to compare and feel some level of confidence on the impact of the policy change. I showed this slide at the last meeting. It does provide, again, for more of a comparative purposes, the trip generation and impact from a trip standpoint that could occur if the properties were to take advantage of existing development capacity where they could build more, as well as take advantage of this new conditional use and what that trip generation would look like if each one or all of those properties took advantage of that. And you can see that the residential component that's included in the Islander mixed use, generally looking at the trip generations, generates less trips than other entitled uses if they were to be expanded on these sites. And that was, to me, sort of the takeaway here. The way the units are defined, there's more units, but based on entitled uses that already exist within the Sea Pine Circle District, there are uses that could generate significantly more traffic than if someone took advantage of this and added the residential component. We looked at, again, risk. I think whenever there's a change, there is a certain amount of risk, right? And this policy change is not without risk. But the ability for someone to take advantage of a policy change, we've outlined here, right? So you have to have the zoning standards in place, the conditions of the site must support it. You have to have a property owner willing to do and execute the project. You have to have the resources to do it, contractor be able to do it, and then to deliver the housing. And so just trying to, because we heard a lot of, well, if every property took advantage of it and then combined properties, and while we can identify kind of what the worst case scenario of everything came together, the reality of the situation is the reality of that coming together is relatively small, but we do want to recognize that there is some risk, but this tries to define that. Floor area ratio, got a hot topic for today probably, we're coming up. But in general, floor area ratio is a ratio of a building's gross floor area and size in relationship to the area of the site. It's a relatively straightforward calculation once you define out exactly what your floor area of your structure is. Floor area ratio is not density. It's a design and development standard that defines the massing and scale. The proposal for this conditional use is to have a floor area ratio not to exceed 0.68. You had a 10,000 square foot lot, you could have 6,800 square feet on the site. Floor area ratio is not required for any other use in the Sea Pine Circle District presently. And in our entire code, we have floor area ratio identified in 3 overlays, but it is part of our code, but just for those overlays. We provided some context for development and their associated floor area ratios on the right. You can see Seabrook at 0.76 on the low end, and Bayshore at 3.69 floor area ratio on the high end, and then the ones in between there kind of that make up that range. We provided some visual examples, and I'll flip through these pretty quickly, but this is Seabrook at 0.76, Aquaterra 0.82. This is the Hotel, the Courtyard by Marriott down on South End at 1.36, Waterwalk 1, Waterwalk 2. We have the Cypress here at 0.29, and then Bayshore at 3.69. Excuse me. So those are island-wide FARs. We looked within the Sea Pine Circle District. There's some examples on the right of properties within that 500-foot radius and what their different FARs were. You can see the low end, USCB is a relatively low FAR, significant amount of acreage and a singular building, but 0.09. Spinnaker, the highest at 0.78. And these are some floor area ratios. These are the properties on Office Way, 6, 10, and 12. You can see their current floor area ratios between 1.17 and 0.27. 32 Office Park at 0.36. Again, those were within the district, given some context. I don't want to spend a ton of time because there wasn't a lot of debate or discussion on this, but just want to clarify that parking is a key component of all site development, and the ability to achieve a certain level of development on the site. This would allow shared parking off-site for the residential component up to 75 feet. And based on mixed use, it's 1.5 spaces per unit and 1 per 500 square feet for non-residential is the parking requirement. There was a provision that was brought up with council that the shared parking provision would only remain in place as long as the education use remained in place, or as long as the development provided student housing. So the questions that popped up, what happens if the education use goes away? Well, the shared parking agreement would then go away, and there'd be non-compliance from a parking standpoint. The use would have to discontinue, or the owner of that property would have to identify an alternative parking plan to provide parking on the site. Now, there will be parking on the site, so they could reduce the level of intensity. Now, I wouldn't say have to close the whole development, but they'd have to reduce the level of intensity to be compliant from a parking standpoint or find parking elsewhere. Excuse me. So shared parking plan allows 50% of the parking to be off-site to satisfy their demand. Excuse me. Shared parking agreement is not part of the code change here, but it's part of the development plan review and has to be recorded with the Register of Deeds as we go through the final plan approval, certificate of compliance, and before we can issue a building permit or certificate of occupancy for the units. I mentioned site coverage index and floor area ratio. This is a massing and scale that was provided by the applicant. So you can see on the vertical axis, site coverage index from 17% down to 100. You can see floor area ratio with different numbers, 0.25 up to 2.0. The project is proposed, or the amendment is proposed to not exceed 0.68 floor area ratio and 50% site coverage index. So you can see the one that's sort of in the middle, the rose color is the intersection of those two design standards. And while it's not a great visual, it gives you an idea compared to the others that are on the screen of the coverage of the site and the level of intensity, mass and scale related to the footprint of the property. So 50% lot coverage, which means if that's the building footprint cannot exceed that, and 0.68, which means the gross floor area of the structures compared to the acreage or the lot area of the site. Talked about the 10%, really adding more clarification. It has to be functional, it has to be outdoor, active or passive recreation and gathering space and incorporated into the development. There's no open space requirement unless it's a major single family residential subdivision. But in this case, 16% open space is required as a use specific condition. And so there is some add here for the functional open space and, it's 10% functional open space. There's no other open space required for other development in Sea Pines. So it is an additional requirement for this conditional use. As I mentioned before, there's an increase in the adjacent street setback. You can see what they are listed here, other streets, minor and major arterials. For this one, it increases the setback to an average of 35 feet over the 20 feet that's there on the other street, and those are identified as Office Way and Office Park Road. So there is an increase in setback for the properties that are adjacent to and have access to Office Way within this area. Mentioned the 750 square foot minimum unit size as a way to make sure we're not getting a lot of a lot more units that are smaller. So this is a way to help calibrate that, to provide some conditions that help shape the development. Not pointed out previously today, but in previous meetings, short-term rentals that are within, that want to take advantage of the conditional use are prohibited. Short-term rentals are not allowed as part of the development. And so there is some protection to not have short-term rentals for these, for the developments that take advantage of this conditional use. I mentioned a four-bedroom per dwelling unit maximum, which was a recommendation that came out of council. So I know there's been some comments that this isn't workforce housing in previous meetings, and so this is just to compare. What was our previous workforce housing policy, and what is this in comparison? Okay, so percentage of units in workforce housing. Our current town's workforce housing program requires 20% of the units to be in a workforce housing agreement. The Islanders mixed use, based on the change at the last meeting, requires 20%. So those components are the same. Area median income, our adopted program is 60 to 80 for occupied units, or for rental units, and 80 to 100 for owner-occupied units. This, as amended at the last meeting, is to target 60 to 120% area median income. Excuse me. And then the term of the workforce housing agreement, under our current program, the housing term is 30 years. And under this that was proposed, extends the housing term from the previous 10 that was offered to 15. As I mentioned, density, it's a different way to look at density, massing, and scale. And I do want to point out, as I mentioned before, there is a workforce housing agreement that must be executed and then managed over time for the duration of that agreement to ensure compliance with these use-specific conditions if someone takes advantage of this use. There's supporting documentation, the 2019 strategic housing plan, our workforce housing framework, the comprehensive plan, our strategic action plan, which has identified workforce housing as a priority and the delivery of workforce housing as goals to work toward. Provide a little more information on the area median income, not based on employee type, but just the area median income as published by HUD for Beaufort County. You can see 100% of AMI for a family of four is 111,000. We use that as the baseline and then calculate 60, 80, 120 off of that. And you can see the table provides some guidance there based on household size to determine qualification for eligibility. We also added this information to provide affordable rents, affordable rents for that same target area from 60 to 120. And you can see for households 1, 2, and 3 people, what the affordable rents are at those different ranges. So let's say a household of 2 at 100% AMI, an affordable rent is $22.26. I do want to point out that there was the traffic impact analysis. It was part of the packet. It was an attachment to the memo for this meeting and previous meetings. There was an assessment of the trip generation from retail commercial component on this site, and also the student housing and the non-student housing that was proposed. We did evaluate that. There was not an operational deficiency that resulted from this development. And that was reviewed. When a project comes forward, we'll also review it at that point. There's a lot to review when a specific project comes before us, and what the final outcome would be. I added this again because it's impacting trips. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but just let you know, we took the traffic impact analysis that was provided by the applicant and did this additional assessment to determine the comparative relationship between IMU, other developments in this area, and also the additional development capacity that they had to gauge traffic and impact and implication from this policy change. We showed this last time. This was provided by USCB, but their projection for student housing and student growth. And I'm just providing you, they anticipate growth, or anticipated growth in these sections, and providing that for information. We also, because we had the Mid-Island District in place, looked at the recommendations and the foundation for what was presented to council and adopted. You know, mixed-use activity centers, the ability to create new placemaking and connect around anchors was part of what was considered there. And so we were asked to kind of do an assessment or comparative view on the Mid-Island District, and we did that and provided that for information that was part of this packet and previous packets. There are review standards that we look at when we evaluate and present information. And they're listed here, but consistent with the comp plan. Are there changes and conditions that warrant it? Is there demonstrated community need? Is it consistent with the purpose and intent of zoning and the zoning district? Is it orderly pattern? And then the impact. What are the negative impacts that might have on the surrounds? So we've done that. I hope I presented enough information at a pace that was comfortable for you and the crowd here. But at this point, I've asked council if they have any questions, and I'll remind them that this is the second and final reading of the amendment, and happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Do we have a motion on the table?
Yes, I would like to make a motion, if I might.
Okay.
I would move that the town council adopt on second reading proposed ordinance 2023-07, amending section 16 of the municipal code of the town of Hilton Head Island, the land management ordinance, to create a new use called island mixed use with the Sea Pines, in the Sea Pines Circle District.
Second.
Okay, so that was a motion to accept the ordinance 2023-07, amending section title 16 of the municipal code of the town of Hilton Head Island, land management ordinance to create a new use called island mixed use with the Sea Pine Circle District, second and final reading. Discussion from council. And Mr. Stanford, since you made that motion, I'll let you speak first.
Thank you. I have followed the development of this over more than 2 years. And I'll be honest with you to say that I've gone in both directions on this. This is a complicated issue, but I think it offers an opportunity to serve a sorely needed housing solution, just one housing solution to the many solutions we need here on this island. The developer has been willing to work with town staff and with council. There has been some evolution of this. And so for these reasons, and because I think it is in the best interest of this community, I've made this motion and I support it accordingly. Thank you.
Please. Mr. Alfred.
First, I want to say that I believe in the principle that an attentive citizenry tends to improve the level of local government. So I'm pleased to see as many people come out today as we have here. This project, as has been made clear, is for workers primarily. It is not directed primarily at workforce housing as such. The workers that are targeted here are the ones that a number of our local area employers have said they would like to have for their nurses, their waiters, and others of that level. It is perhaps a slightly higher economic level than the workforce housing by itself would produce. But our local employers, as everybody knows, have been scrambling to get employees here. And to that extent, we are serving the employers, who in turn service us. The concerns about traffic, as I see them, are not current concerns. There's not much of an indication that there would be any significant current impact on traffic, which we know at Seapine Circle is already a nightmare. The real issue is what's going to happen in the future, say 10 or 15 years from now. There is very likely to be additional development around the circle, as much of that area is in need of redevelopment. My crystal ball shows that we should anticipate at least several 4-story buildings in the Seapine Circle area in that period of 10 to 15 years. So to me, the real issue is not whether there will be an increase in traffic. There will be. The issue is whether there will be a smaller increase under the text amendment or under the current law, which developers can do by right. Staff has indicated in their report that there would be a smaller increase under the text amendment than there would be under the current law or something that could be done by right in the future. That what tends to give me the feeling that we're going to deal with a lot of difficult traffic problems at the circle, and it is absolutely imperative that we improve the traffic that goes through the circle right now. But this amendment is not going to be a negative to the long-term future.
Thank you. Ms. Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to the residents of Hilton Head Island who have spoke very clearly that they appreciate workforce housing and that they have supported a private investor who has come forward who will provide for the employers, the university, and for the employees a beautiful place to live and be a benefit to our island long-term. Thank you all for your support. Thank you for the applicant for the many times that you have been willing to work and to adjust so that we could get to a place today where I believe we have a text amendment that I can fully support.
Mr. Ames? Okay. Ms. Preston?
I'm going to defer till after public comment.
Mr. Brown?
Same for me.
Okay. Public comment. Well, actually, Sean, before we do that, I want to ask you one question. You use what the dwelling unit per acre is on the proposed site at 31, and you transpose that to the other parcels, knowing that it probably would be less because when you take all the calculations in, it becomes a smaller site with less density. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. If there was if you looked at each individual parcel, especially the smaller ones, the yield would not be 31. But looking at the total area that could be impacted of around 45 acres, we're pretty confident in, not with certainty, but pretty confident in the impact and implications of trip generation and development potential that would result using kind of that rough standard. Yes, sir.
Thank you. So we'll go to public comment. Again, I'm going to remind you, we got a lot of people here, so please keep the applause and everything else to 0. Yes, sir. And please state your name.
Eric Somerville, Palmetto Bay Marina. And I first want to compliment you, Alan, and you, Mark, for the apartment, North Point, that you put together. Excellent. I hated being locked out of the meetings, but you did the right thing. So I'm very pleased with that and look forward to for that to grow. On the matter before me, I'm a little disappointed because I heard Sean say we're not approving the project, we're approving the LMO specifications. But they all sound good. If Steve is right and it doesn't affect traffic in a big way all of a sudden, I'm thrilled about that, because that was probably the only issue I was lingering on. Other than that, this is an excellent program. It does all sorts of good things. It's not costing the town any money. And I can't understand why anybody would object to this. So I'm all for it, and I'm glad it looked, thank you, Sean, as much as I fell asleep a few times as you went through that. And the mathematics, I needed to update on an app on my phone to even figure it out. But the fact is, it is looking at the larger area. The larger areas probably even goes around the outside of the circle, and other buildings are already for sale, for obviously, and other buildings are in dilapidated condition, so we need help there as well. So I'm all for it. Let's go. Hilton Head Island, how many years more do you want to do this? So I hope it's right now. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Other comments from the public? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Sherry Migret, and I live in Indigo Run. And again, Mr. Mayor, council members, and Mr. Orlando, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am in favor of the Office Parkway project. I've been coming to these meetings now for almost 4 months. I've learned a lot, but I'm also getting somewhat disappointed. To me, we, the constituents of the island, we come and tell you our viewpoints. And I agree that you should listen to us and then vote the way we are asking you to vote. And I don't see that happening. We've had over 90% of the people coming here to speak in favor of this. I've talked to my neighbors and many other people. They're in favor. They've said they've written to you. I don't know if they did or if they have not. But I really think you should start listening to your constituents and do what they are asking you to do. I know a lot of people have said that we need, and this is what I think is getting confused, we need low-income housing versus workforce housing. I think there's a big misconfusion there that we are getting this entangled. This project, as I understand it, was to work with the employers to get space for their employees to work. I know a lot of business is doing it. The Health Institute is doing it. They're getting the space for their employees to work. This is what the idea behind this was, to work with the employers, not to make the AMI so low, to make it a low-income project. So I think the town needs to really look at the difference between those two. It's going to be workforce according to the employers, not a low AMI, low-income housing. I know the town is also working on the North Point, which is going to be more government-type housing, which is fine. You need a combination of both. But this is not what this project is today. This is not low-income housing. It's housing that the employers want for their people. And I am asking all of you in council today to listen to your residents, to please pass the text amendment as it was from the first reading, and it was passed today and approved as 100% passed by the Planning Commission. Thank you so much for your attention and listening to me.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
I was pointing behind you, Skip. I want to go to Ms. Greeley. I mean, Bullard. Oh, that's funny.
Lynn Pico Bullard. I live in Hilton Head Plantation. And I too know a lot of people who are supportive of this project. So what I have to say is, after such thorough analysis, it all boils down to, how much do you value our students and the Surge Restaurant Group? I want to thank those town representatives who support this community of students who seek a much better future for themselves and recognize the importance that our surge employees and others bring to the economy of Hilton Head Island and want to live here. This is a wonderful win-win decision that shows these students and hospitality workers that they do matter. Otherwise, it's just a blighted area waiting for a strip club or self-storage units to claim occupancy.
Thank you. I'm going to kind of run down the line to make it easier for myself. Yes, Pastor June.
Hi, Pastor June Wilkins, Christ Lutheran Church, 829 William Milton Parkway, and privately I live at Magnolia Place on Hilton Head. Council and staff, I haven't been to the town council very much. I've been very happy to let you all do your work and to let me do mine. But I've been watching in the news and on meetings online, and I wanted to say you all have done a great job. I was happy to see the developments the town has made in the last few weeks that will hopefully chip away at the desperate need for housing. Many of these projects are in cooperation with the private sector, which I understand is necessary. But some people seem to have been encouraging the town to abandon developing workforce housing with public money and to allow the private sector to do this work on their own. We all know this is not feasible. We have allowed the private sector to lead the way and to manage housing here on Hilton Head for the last 40 years, and this has left us where we are now. Most private developers have different goals and objectives, and these objectives are not long-term affordable housing for our island workers. We have of late seen a lot of private companies asking, like this one, asking for concessions from the town by promising that some of their units would be workforce housing for a temporary length of time. I know that compromises are necessary to get this work done, and we're still trying to create the roadmap in this endeavor. But please be wary of letting these compromises change the town's definition of workforce housing. Don't let private companies, whose primary objective is to make money for the company, define these things for the town. The town needs to define these for the projects, whether there should be a criterion for AMI, the percentage of AMI that's acceptable, what defines livable situations, how many units would classify as a workforce housing project to garner the concessions, and especially maybe the length of time that workforce housing remains workforce housing. In other cities around the country, people who have lived in workforce housing with 15 and 20-year limits have been evicted en masse with very little warning. 15 and 20 years go by very quickly when you're talking about housing. Finally, as a pastor, I wanted to address something specific. Within just a few of the comments, I've heard the underlying suggestion that the town should not be encouraging workers to live on Hilton Head Island. I have heard the implication that having housing with lower rents and lower AMI, basically people with average incomes, would let the wrong kind of people in and lower property values and not be safe for us. It's basically not on my island sentiment. I expected this would come up, but it's shameful and saddening when it does. Communities thrive when they have diversity, racial, age, and economic diversity. People who live where they work have more pride in their work and in their homes, and they will stay at their jobs longer. They will become part of the community. If you want to benefit workers on the island, if you want the benefit of workers on the island, you need to house the workers on this island, and that will only be done effectively and long-term with all of you and the town leading the way with public funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, so Ms. Lee will come down that way and come down.
I was hoping I could follow Pastor June.
Okay.
Possible?
That's fine.
Thank you, Pastor June. And thank you, everybody, being here. We have 3 minutes. I hope I don't take all that time up. For those, I'm disappointed that the 3 members have already made up their mind before hearing public comment. I am not opposed to this project as a project. This project is a market rate project. There's 2 problems that I have with this project, or with the ordinance. Let's concentrate on the ordinance. The ordinance has, in my opinion, 2 defects that are both fatal defects. One, it requires, the LMO currently requires, and this ordinance requires that there be a workforce component. The workforce component proposed at this point is not a limitation on workforce housing. It does not provide for workforce housing. The lowest price unit in this project, could be for a family of 4, could be $3,500 a month, and it meets the criteria. That 120% allows tremendous amount of income, and that's the minimum, and it's only for so many years, for so many units. It really does not meet the criteria of workforce housing. I could have expressed that differently, but I really beg you to look hard at the requirement for workforce housing, and does this, as it's written, meet that requirement? The second one is the parking. Your staff has done a great job of showing you the risk of parking. The way the ordinance is written, it's 1.5 parking places per unit. It doesn't matter how many bedrooms. If you do the math, there's 75 parking spaces, support 50 units. At some point in time, when that lease expires, 50 of those units have to be unoccupied. It's incredible. I don't think anybody's done the math. I didn't do the math till I heard the presentation from the staff. This parking is short for 50 units once the USCB lease expires. It's a lease, it's not a permanent commitment. Please consider, as council members, what you're doing and passing down the road to future councils and the residents of this community. Project, it's a market project, that's fine. It can be 30 units per acre, 35, 25, immaterial. Don't let it blow up in all of our faces down the road when parking disappears. And that's exactly what's being proposed today. Your staff pointed it out. Please pay attention to that. No reason not to defer this. Make sure you understand it, everybody understands it, and then pass it along. Figure out a way for the developer to progress along quickly, do things in parallel with what you're doing. But please consider it's going to blow up at some point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for the four who have the wisdom and courage to pass the first reading of the revised Islander mixed-use tax amendment on August 15th, and our appreciation extend to the Planning Commission for their unanimous approval on September 20th. Today, for the second and final reading, 4 council members will have the power to bring the applicant's 2-year ordeal to a happy ending. A yes vote is a confirmation to your constituents who attended many council meetings that you have heard them. A yes vote is a win for common sense policies that have become uncommon virtue. We all know that Hilton Head employs 21,000 workers and 16,000 of them live off the island. There just isn't enough land on this small island to meet the demand. We all know that if you bring home no income, you're not working. By tying the island mixed use to 0 of AMI, that's housing for free. On the flip side, if employers are willing to subsidize long-term rentals for their employees, that's housing for workers. We all know that America is built on a free market economy, and profit-driven private sectors have delivered life-saving drugs, grown the food we eat, put roofs over our heads, and giving us paychecks so we could retire here on Hilton Head Island. Government didn't do that. In 2013, the federal government promised to end homelessness in America by 2023 by offering government-funded vouchers with no strings attached under the HUD's Housing First program. We all know that good intentions don't always translate into good results. We all know that island mixed use should have been debated on the tax amendment for density and shared parking in comparison with what's permitted by right. And the proposal should have been approved based on its merit. Yet it suffered beating by 1,000 cuts from intervening motions or endless revised first readings that significantly deviated from the core principles of Robert's Rules of Order, which is the governing document for council meeting proceedings and conduct according to the town's code. For reference, the South Carolina House Rule states, at the final reading of a bill, no amendment shall be permitted without unanimous consent. We're here because we care about the workers. We're here because we care about worker shortage and housing shortage. Therefore, common sense dictates that the council focus on addressing traffic, transportation, short-term rental, timeshares, and uncontrolled tourist growth that have exacerbated the imbalance of supply and demand for both workers
and for housing. I appreciate that you'll continue to vote, and I hope that more than 4 council members will support tax amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Sherry Norris, Shipyard. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, and Mark. Yes, on September 20th, the Planning Commission unanimously voted to pass this amendment. Ellen Whaley states that she believes in competing conceptual frameworks and that adversarial alignment of projects are going to enable this town to understand competing models. I think she's 100% correct. Engaging in cooperative evolution so the town and their staff understands what works and what doesn't work. Maybe not to just simply to the benefit of the developer or the community, but will have a stronger town staff through it. Town council has to work out some details, parking, trees, etc., but she's in favor of bringing it to the next step, as is Vice Chair Mark O'Neill, who stated that the housing issue is an example of what we're going to have to deal with if, as a community, we're going to be successful in providing enough housing for people that have to have the choice of working in Bluffton or coming on the island. The Office Way project is a good exercise to determine what's best. He also is very impressed with staff and town council, and none of it would be possible without the developer coming to the table and willingly changing several contingencies. He supports this, as do I, as do others who have been coming for months to show our support for this project. There is a contingency who believes that unless housing is subsidized by the government, it's not a priority. They believe town funding for workforce housing is the only way to go. They believe the only objective is for the private sector to make money. Some of us believe that government housing may not work, that we've seen disasters that lead to slums and undesirable tenants. We prefer a capitalist society where making a profit to stay in business isn't seen as a crime. Alan Wolf gets this. He sees both sides of this. He's on the board of the CCDC. He backs the Office Way project. He's looking for a solution to house his employees, as we are. I propose the town does the same. Vote for both. Let the two housing solutions compete. Let the free market decide the best way for Hilton Head to move forward in our workforce housing dilemma. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna come over this side now. Give it fair. Anybody on this side wish to comment? Yes, ma'am.
Good day, Council, Mayor. My name's Kate Reddy. I live in Sea Pines, Steve Alford's Ward 5. David Despain believes in thinking differently. He researched the town's needs. He presented a clear and compelling proposal that the town will be able to visually see improvements to the local infrastructure, job creation, and increased tax revenue. David continues to build trust by actively listening to the council and understanding your priorities for the town of Hilton Head. I respectfully ask for your vote to approve the mixed-use project. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Hutchins.
Angie Hutchins, Shipyard. Mayor, Councilman, and Mr. Orlando. I think we all agree there's a devastating supply shortage. As one of the lifeguards said, if we get more housing quickly, there'll be more housing on the island in the video that we helped get out. That seems like a no-brainer to me. When there's a fire, for example, you work together to put it out. We have a community here. You work together to put it out. You don't worry about who bought their hose from what store or where it came from. You get your buckets, you get your hoses, and you get things going. This is a great way to get things going in a very well-studied approach, balanced approach. Not approving this text LMO will inadvertently lead to continue the supply shortage. 15 years may seem short for some, 15 years may seem long for the others, but 15 years would get other projects off the ground. There is an opportunity here for real leadership to build community instead of division. There is a hospital group, the surge group, the lifeguard staffing, other hospitality-related industries, all with very divergent interests and needs, but they have come together behind this project and can agree that this is needed. Can the council come and show real leadership and agree that this could be needed? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from this side wish to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor Perry, members of council, and Mark Orlando, town manager. My name is Charlie Clark, and I'm with the Hilton Head Island Bluffton Chamber of Commerce. We've talked a lot. I'd like to connect the dots a little bit. We've talked a lot about amendments. We've talked about ordinances. Let's talk a little bit about people, because that's what this is really all about. I have the privilege every day of working with my colleagues in support of our local businesses so that our residents can have the quality of life that they deserve from a healthy, thriving place to live and work. Each of you care really deeply about this community and its residents, and we thank you for that, because what you have is often a very thankless job. We're all in this room today because we love this place. It's special, and everyone in this room just wants to see it remain special. That's why we're here. I ate outdoors recently at one of our restaurants and saw a waiter working really hard. He served multiple tables, most of them locals. I thought about the impact of that waiter, the restaurant and its other employees, the bank and the staff where that restaurant held its funds, the accountant, the plumber, the musician who was playing there, making this community work. That one restaurant touches so many lives, and I think we often forget that, and those are the people we're talking about. Workforce housing is a challenge, and you have before you a solution right now that help support those who work here and those who live there. It's a win-win for workforce, and it's a win for residents. The town's founding fathers understood that as long as they held steadfast to the environmental vision of this island, that their vote would be right for right now and still right down the line. Approving this project doesn't jeopardize that vision, it celebrates it. This project has been talked about publicly, as you stated, for 2 years. The time is now. Approve it. Your community is counting on it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anybody else from this side? Okay. I'm gonna go to the back. Yes, sir.
Well aware of the problems that we're dealing with workforce housing, affordable housing, whatever you want to call it. Here we have a unique situation of really thinking outside the box. We have a blighted area we would like to improve. We have an opportunity with a local developer, a developer who will develop this property. He has a defined market already who will go into this property. The town doesn't have to put in any money. And the town clearly defines, as we've heard on the land boundaries today, and the requirements for living. So as we move forward and we look, following the development requirements, no town money, limited risk, and very important, because we're going to see a lot of solutions on this problem all up and down the coast and in any place with limited land. This is the first step. It's the first step for the time. We might find other first steps. We might learn by other people. I hope we do, because the town owns land that they're going to do some development on. But this is the first step of beginning to think, how do I meet the need with a minimal taxpayer expense. Thank you very much.
You'll state your name, please, sir.
Jim Levesque.
Thank you. And I tell you what, for those that want to speak, why don't y'all just go ahead and line up? That way I don't have to call on everybody. We just go ahead and form a line. I think that might be a little bit easier.
Plan.
My name is Melinda Tunner, and I live in Palmetto Hall. I'm asking for your support of the text amendment for the Islander mixed use in Sea Pine Circle. The text amendment is a creative approach to redevelop dilapidated land, which can benefit the town. And those benefits include dorms for our college campus. We need, and I think we can all agree, that we want that $21 million investment in the university to pay off through educating our students. It provides a lower density of bedrooms, residents, and traffic than the current by rights LMO. It has more housing for our workforce. Now, 20% of those units are based on income, and local businesses are signing long-term letters of intent for the market rate apartments for their employees. There'll be no short-term rentals and no taxpayer dollars needed. The town staff, council, committees, and developer have worked hard to iron out all the details, and we got to see that today from Sean's very lengthy presentation. The first reading passed with a vote of 4-3, and the Planning Commission agreed unanimously to all of the changes in their review. And there's been a lot of support for this change. Local businesses have spoken at town meetings and have signed those long-term letters of intent. The CEO of the hospital recognizes the need for this project for housing for nurses and other medical professionals, and residents are showing up to multiple meetings over multiple years. There's a lot of momentum happening right now on housing for our workforce. The town's North Point project has selected a finalist to develop and manage the project, and the hospital entered into an agreement to rent units at Caligny Plaza's lofts for their employees. So let's keep that momentum going by approving this text amendment. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my feedback.
Thank you. Mr. Paletta.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Manager, and Town Council. Thank you for letting me speak at this Office Way project. Your approval of the project at the first meeting sent a very positive note to the constituents of the South End. Finally, a solution without town money, a private local developer using his own money and collaborating with local business that want to secure housing for their employees on a long-term basis. This past Friday, the headline in the Ledger was Hilton Head Hospital having trouble staffing nurses and other specialty people because of housing. So let me be clear. We know that the dictators who want to offer amendments to this first reading and accept the development in the order to stop it from going forward on the second reading. Now is your time to serve the courage that this town and community has been waiting for. Don't let the dictators kick the can down the road again. Let me be clear, and if I am wrong, please correct the issue. But the town has spent $25+ million on USCB South Campus, and this developer is willing to build 60 residences free for some parking spaces at USCB that have probably never seen a car. This lifeline is the last hurrah to save the campus, or it will be gone in 5 years. And that is an issue that he should be concerned about, because you're saying that his parking will then disappear with the USCB. That is not fair. Also, the chancellor, who was sitting here with us, is 100% behind the project. The town has $7 million tied up in the North End project for many years. Has finally chosen a developer who is going to manage that. Contract negotiations are to begin soon. Contract negotiations. $3.5 million on 7 acres on Spanish Wells.
12 acres on the horse stables on Jonesville Road, no known cost. This project is shovel-ready and at no cost to the town. If the dictators are so worried about traffic to the circle, the town just purchased Wild Wings property at a cost to include all business value, renovation costs, and land value to create additional parking for Celebration Park, the beach, and Coligny Plaza. At a price unknown, but has a sweetener of approximately $500,000, it's above the actual value of the property. There's a 6-story.
Mr. Paletta, your time is up, sir.
I practiced that 3 times. That's a fast clock.
I understand.
That's a fast
I
clock.
understand.
All right? I practiced that. That's a fast clock. By the way, maybe it'll be easier if we call it employee housing instead of
Thank you, sir.
workforce.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Mike Wagner, the Director of Shore Beach Service. As an employer who finds housing every year for more than 60 beach lifeguards, I'd like to reiterate my support for the amendment. Short-term rentals on the island have overtaken options that used to be available to our town's workforce while creating demand for a larger workforce. To me, the key to this project is that it makes, it keeps it short-term housing for the entirety. Having more long-term housing, I think I might have said that. I meant it keeps it from ever becoming short-term housing. So having more long-term housing options like the Office Way project is vital to keeping enough workers for the island. While this project won't completely solve the issue, it's a huge step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, and Mr. Town Manager. My name is Matt Sweeney. I'm from Indigo Run. It feels like any new housing in our town is judged by the workforce housing template that you've forged over the past 2 years. Just like the hammer that thinks everything is a nail, some people think any new housing must fit into the workforce housing template. For the Islander Mixed-Use Project, some of you will focus on scary-sounding but misleading concepts like unlimited density, which it's not, or focus on technicalities like 25 years of this condition, or 20% of another, or some other issue intended to delay for one more planning commission review, one more planning committee review, and another town council reading. Or we might hear a fearful speculation that 20 years from now, a dreaded retiree might manage to rent a market rate apartment there. I ask you to put the hammer aside and simply look at the merits of the Islander mixed-use design. The proposed use is an improvement on the LMO. Wider setbacks, limits on bedroom counts, minimum unit size, no short-term rentals, and better FAR ratios. There's no cost to the town for these amendments, only a better example. And look at the benefits of the amendments. Student housing at no cost to USCB. The family-friendly housing leased to employers for their valued employees. Aren't those long-term benefits for our town? The applicant's design standards are not for worker dormitories, where unrelated people cram into 8-bedroom dorms so they can save money to move someplace else. This developer already has the right to build 440 bedrooms in such a dormitory with only 69 parking spots. But instead, he wants to give employers what they want, and a design that fits the island character. I ask that you keep the town's comprehensive plan in mind where it says, the town should continue to assess development standards and building codes to foster private sector development of needed and diverse obtainable housing options. Even without a hammer, this text amendment drives home a design for families who work on the island. Please approve the text amendments.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Manager. My name is John Zmarsley. I'm a resident of Hilton Head Plantation. I'm here to express my support for the Islander Use Text Amendment. I believe this amendment can provide 3 key solutions to problems that have haunted our island for years. Number 1, the repurposing of an area that needs revitalization and needed it for decades. Local business coming together, solving problems, shovel-ready solution. Only the town stands in its way. Number 2, a builder willing to lower his density rights in order to meet the local need for workforce housing. This idea, along with its location, is shown to have no impact on traffic with Sea Pine Circle. In fact, the lower density of the project should be a net positive or net neutral on traffic. Number 3, recommitment by the town to its ongoing support for academic programming on the USCB campus. The agenda packet contains letters of support from the chancellor and a letter of intent to lease parking spaces owned by USCB. Recall the town donated this land to USCB in 2017. Many longtime locals will remember the strong debates in 2015 and the monies used to create this beautiful campus. This amendment has great support, and I urge you to pass on second reading. Now, lastly, our town government was created in 1983 as a limited service government. Many of our citizens have moved here to escape large, intrusive governments of the East Coast and California, lulled into a false conservative security. Many seem to be unaware of the changes that I've seen in the last 3 years. Are we witnessing big government coming to Hilton Head? The increase in the size of the town budget, the increase in staff, more and more government departments, turning virgin property now into townhouse villages. Unfortunately, I believe that we know the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Beth Ann Crane. I'm a resident of 18 Wood Duck Court and the club course area of Sea Pines. And strangely, I feel like I'm late to the party, as are many others that I don't think are even aware of what's going on today in my community, in Sea Pines in particular. I think I'm the only person who's come up here today that's spoken as a Sea Pines resident. Okay, sorry, then I missed that, sorry. With regard to this particular issue. A week ago, the town announced the North Point Private-Public Partnership Project to provide housing for workers on Hilton Head in an area that does not currently experience infrastructure issues. It is a project that I think will truly help in solving our housing crisis and one which could forge a model for future projects. I've been scratching my head all week at the irony of the sharp contrast of the North Point project and the J.K. Tiller project up for consideration today. As it turns out, I was unaware that the project is not as for vote today because for me, again, I'm late to the party. I feel as though obviously this has been spearheaded strictly by a private developer claiming that they will produce affordable housing whilst asking the town to make an unprecedented zoning accommodation in what everyone knows is the most congested and infrastructural challenged area on the island. In the end, I believe the negative cost of this rezoning is unfathomable at this point. To me, the town is self-imposing parameters on the North Point project where 50% of the housing will have to accommodate workers making between 60 and 80% of the average median income in Beaufort County forever. The project before the council today requires only 20% of the housing to accommodate workers making between 60 and the 120% of the AMI. And that requirement lasts for only 15 years. There is zero incentive for the developer to price any of the housing that is below what someone making 120% of the AMI can afford, because pricing it at the 120% will still allow them to comply with the parameters. So in simple terms, someone making $93,500 a year will qualify for an affordable unit. And in the end result will be that there will be no opportunity for any line cook, policeman, store clerk, teacher, server, golf pro, maintenance worker, caddy, bank teller, whom this business community at large desperately needs to attract. That is, of course, unless they are shoved like sardines into multiple bedroom units, which only require 1.5 parking spaces to be allotted to each. So I continue to scratch my head. There is also seemingly no incentive for the developer to comply at all because the project will not be self-governing as will the North Point project. We have seen the outcome of Aquaterra and the Waterwalk projects making the same promises that never came to fruition. And all that we will get out of this is more congestion in the Sea Pine Circle and potential high-density development, triple what it's currently zoned for, while the schmoozing developers and their backroom partners benefit by lining their pockets. Most poignantly, I am beyond befuddled knowing that there are major long-term stakeholders on the south end of the island and in Sea Pines who are vehemently opposed to this, as I am, and their voices are not being heard when common sense screams that we should be doing otherwise. As I said, I'm late to the party. I really do feel as though there are a lot of citizens in this community that have not really been aware of what's been going on. I'm a very busy business owner, and of course, I need housing for my workers, and I care about my workers, but I don't think that this project is going to be the answer to that without more stringent, requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lynn Fontaine. I've been following this project now for many months, one that's been going on for 3 years. I too have been scratching my head because I cannot understand the opposition to this private approach to housing the workforce. I won't call it workforce housing. 2 weeks ago, I attended the town council where they voted with one dissenter to push a new public-private workforce housing project forward. This happened after only one meeting with Finance Committee and one with Town Council. Many on the council declared that it was a creative solution. Again, I scratch my head. So a nonprofit asking for taxpayer dollars is creative. Whereas the developer who has established partnerships with local businesses is not. The developer isn't requesting funding or even tax credits, and he has made many concessions during this almost 3-year process. He has agreed to height and setback restrictions, agreed to no short-term rentals, and has increased the plan to 20% workforce for 15 years. There really can be more than one solution, more than one model. In my mind, this mixed-use project is the creative approach to workforce housing, and it deserves our approval. Please vote yes on the Islander project.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, John Casey, Indigo Run. As is the overwhelming sentiment in the room, I'm in favor of this project. I understand it's a text amendment, but we are talking about a specific project. But as I walked up here, I was trying to yank my feet out of the semantic morass in which we become mired when we try to distinguish between worthy and unworthy workers. I find it unbecoming, actually, that if they had the time to be here and they weren't working their butts off, a bartender and a server that combined make 120% of AMI would be amazed to hear that they're not the workforce. They would be astounded to hear that. I hear the very few voices in opposition to this project get up and say, I'm not opposed to the project, but I'm opposed to the project. How does that work? Fight your own fights, what you think are the solutions you want. You're not going to get that solution in this project. It's a private project funded by private money with, yes, indeed, one of the motives being profit. But the wonderful synergy is that the college benefits, the businesses benefit, the workers benefit when they can get off from their non-workforce jobs at midnight and don't have to drive 25 miles. They all benefit. So I would urge the council to vote in favor of what is essentially this project, even though it's a text amendment. My only other comment, and there was some comment upon procedure and Robert's rules, is I'm sure it was unintentional. It's difficult to make legal calls on the fly. But during the course of the first reading, there was, frankly, gross errors in parliamentary procedure, and it really should not be allowed. And those that voted for this, you can make process your friend and not your enemy, and make sure that this goes to a vote quickly, without procedural gimmickry, and that it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, or is it early evening?
Good early evening. My name is Julie Rayno, and I thank you, Mayor and councilmen and women, for allowing me to speak. I am here as a member of Christ Lutheran Church, who was fomented the response to the crisis at Chimney Cove. Many of the council members came to the Home Coalition meetings and were very much part of the beginning of the Home Coalition and bringing this to some fruition, to come to this point actually right now. And I thank you all for your work. It was great to collaborate. And what we found in the beginning was that the Home Coalition really was collaborating with the same goals and the same principles that were shared by the town council. It was really exciting and inspiring to see that a town could achieve that. What came out of that was this wonderful document I hope everyone's had a chance to read, and I know the council has worked from that, is the 4 pillars for workforce housing in the island. And as you consider this developer coming forward for this project, I hope that you will vote on that based on those 4 pillars that were so wonderfully done and showed the values of this town for creating workforce housing. On what do we stand and what do we measure success by? Those 4 pillars. And I encourage everyone who is attending here to look at those 4 pillars. I also encourage you to go to YouTube channel and look at the Home Coalition videos there, because it includes kind of an introduction to what workforce housing would look like. And then it also has available one of the first attempts at meeting that solution. And that is Ken Campbell's LLC that he's formed, which already has its first worker on the island. Very exciting to see that going. So this would not be the first attempt. There's all kinds of creative attempts going on. I've heard a lot about public-private collaborations. USCB is a public institution funded by tax dollars. And so this is not just a private endeavor. So I'd like to remind everyone that here, as you support this, you are already supporting tax dollars being used to supply housing. I have 11 seconds left. Only 20% workforce housing in this program, 60% to 120% of the AMI. It should be 30%.
Thank you.
I wanted to be last, and I didn't want to take up any more time, but I think you're doing the right thing. I don't know how many people in here understood the presentation. I didn't understand everything. It was very, very hard to follow. But I think you're doing the right thing. It's the only way forward. This is just where we are. And what I'm thankful about, and a lot of people in this room probably don't understand, is I study constitutional laws, and you're not breaking the law. You're abiding by the law, and that's important. And I think you need to learn from that. It's against South Carolina constitutional law to use public monies for private purposes. It's not for the public good, reason, and benefit. So by having a private developer, you made the right decision. Whether we like it or not, it's legal and you're moving forward, not breaking the law. But I'd like you to learn from that. And I'd like you to get back the $600,000 that you gave to Sea Pines for the dredging of Harbortown. That was illegal, and as you know, there's a lawsuit, and that's an appeal. I'd like you to get that money back, and I'd like you to stop using private monies or public monies for private purposes. Now, the other thing I want everybody to understand is this island is made up. I've been here for 50 years and worked for Charles Frazier as a young man. This island, I'm not so sure the percentage, but one thing I think we can all understand, it's made up of approximately 70 or 80% gated communities. Am I correct in that percentage? Approximately? You've been here a long time like I have. Let's just call it 70%. Private gated communities. Do we have this problem, this bureaucracy and this government problem in all these gated communities? No, we don't. You know why we don't? Because they develop master land plans into perpetuity, and that developers and elected officials and whoever could not break. So if you tear down one house in Wexford, that doesn't mean you get to put up 5 more and get special permission to do that. You got to live within that master land plan forever. That's where we failed. Being here 50 years, Alan, you know it and I know it, that's where we failed. We should have done a master land plan. We wouldn't be here today with all this insanity and all this bureaucracy. And unfortunately, 70 or 80% of us that live in these gated communities, we're funding all this. And it should have never happened. We have to learn from it. Maybe Hardyville can learn, Ridgeland can learn, but we made a big mistake, and it's very unfortunate. Thank you.
Thank you.
How are y'all doing? Brennan Riley. I own the property next door and also have over 600 employees on Hilton Head. I don't have the same struggles that these people are talking about because I take care of my employees. Unfortunately, 4 of you have already made up your vote. You decided before you got here today how you were going to vote, and we're going to live with it. I asked, the parking is my only issue. Despain's putting together a project that's going to be a great private project, but get the parking on his site. If you need a variance, go vertical. Let him go as high as he wants and put the parking on site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Mr. Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I got a few questions here. I'm hoping that Sean can help out with this. Touched on the parking just a little bit, Sean. And if we were to take out the agreement with USCB, can we park the development?
Councilman Brown, great question. Again, without the specific project to review, I don't know if I have a yes or no answer. If all parking is required on site, I believe the intensity and the concepts that we've seen would need to be less to accommodate parking on site. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that we're voting on the amendment.
Yes, sir.
And not the project. But the two are working together because the only reason we're voting on the amendment is because of the project. So I have to ask these questions in relation to the project. In the same vein of the parking discussion, the parking that is on USCB, who paid for that parking?
Well, the USCB Hospitality Center was a TIF project that was funded through the TIF mechanism, and the TIF partners were the county, the school district, the South Island PSD, and the town of Hilton Head.
Well, in essence, taxpayer dollars paid for the, okay, thank you. The next one is around the set aside for the workforce component. And the way that the amendment reads now is 60 to 120%. And you've given us sort of a sample of what the agreement will look like, okay? So can you help us understand if we're going to be able to monitor how much will be 60%, how much will be 70%, 80%, 90, up to 120? Is there a mechanism to do so?
So not currently in the agreement. The requirement as drafted, and the only other one we really have experience with was the Aquaterra Workforce Housing Agreement, which required compliance. They provide affidavit during their business license renewal that they're meeting the provisions of that range. And so currently we don't have the specificity built in to the code to say you have to meet, or you have to report the range just if you meet that range.
But in essence, all of the set-aside units could be 120% of the AMI.
Yes, sir. They could be up to 120% of the AMI based on household income.
Right, and then I guess the last question, and I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this because I think we all come into grips with this is not workforce housing, this is housing for workers. I think we're coming to grips with that. And there are a letter of intents at the moment that potentially could turn into long-term leases, which means that we will have the benefit of housing for workers. Will we have a mechanism within our agreement to monitor or hold accountable that other 80% of the project?
Not currently. We don't regulate contracts with property owners and master lease agreements.
That would be at the whim of the market, basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, thank you. Those are my questions, thank you.
Ms. Bryson?
Yes, I apologize. I have a bit of bronchitis, so I'll try to do my best with my voice. I have a procedural question for the town attorney. The language that we have before us with regard to the workforce housing has the range earning between 60 to 120%. The language that the Planning Commission approved says earning up to 120%. So if on second reading, we approve language which says earning between 60 to 120%, then does it have to go back to the Planning Commission again for us to have another second reading?
The text that is before you now is text that was voted on at the last meeting where this was voted on. Going back to the Planning Commission, it doesn't have the authority to change anything. It simply has to review it. So the Planning Commission hasn't changed anything.
Except for
based on the text that's in front of you now.
Right, yeah, except for the text that was before the Planning Commission says up to 120%. So that was, and that's what they approved. And so that was a change from what the town council had adopted on the first reading.
Well, the Planning Commission didn't have the authority to approve or disapprove it this last time, but I also, based on what you've said, go ahead, John.
So we made the clarification at the Planning Commission that the range was 60 to 120, and that's the action that they took when they made their recommendation to vote and bring it to council.
Okay, that was different information from what I had. Okay.
Did that clarification.
So that's my question, with regard to comments. I think I've said this before, but I think it bears repeating. This is a text amendment, and so I'm focusing on the text amendment, not a proposed project or a proposed developer. So with regard to the text amendment, I'm looking at how does this fit with our comprehensive land use plan, with our adopted strategies, and also with regard to the workforce housing plans and definitions that have previously been adopted. And also, is it a text amendment, pardon me, primarily just for one project, which is always troublesome to me, because I do believe that land use amendments need to be applicable across a wider spectrum rather than targeted just for one project. So with that having been said, and looking at the text amendment itself, I see some positives. One is I'm in favor of mixed use. I think that's something that we've seen already in the Mid-Island District Plan that was adopted, and we have mixed use already in Sea Pine Circle District. I have always been in favor of shared parking where it works, because in that case you have less surface that is impermeable. I also am in favor of controls over mass and scale of buildings, and also like to see dilapidated buildings rehabbed. Also like, several of the guardrails, if you will, but I've never been in favor of undefined density. And that's very troublesome for me in this text amendment. Also am in favor of workforce housing. What I've heard today in a lot of the comments are that now we're going to divide workforce housing into lots of different categories. And I think that's unfortunate because I honor and respect all of our workforce from whatever percent they earn. And it's unfortunate that we're trying to separate folks out based on their income And I can't say it more than it's troubling, unfortunate, regrettable, and I wish we would quit doing that, because I consider all folks to be of value, no matter what they do and where they live and who they are. So in looking at this, I'm troubled by the fact that the current proposal before us does not respect what's already been adopted for workforce standards in our land management ordinance and in the framework and in our adopted strategic plan for workforce housing. Because the shorter time of 15 years is not enough. And in addition to that, the percentage of AMI going over 100% to me is not in line with what our workforce standards have already been. And we now have a Housing Action Committee appointed. They're meeting tomorrow morning. So if there's going to be some change in our standards, then I think it's appropriate that that Housing Action Committee help us out with sorting out what should be the standard for workforce housing. I'm not saying we should delay this. I'm ready to vote. But what I'm saying is that I don't like changing it with this limited text amendment without having their recommendation and advice. I've pardon me, I've listened to all constituents, some of which have come here and some of whom have sent me emails, called me on the phone. I've met with folks, so I listen to everybody. I may not agree with everyone, I can't do that. I do the best I can at looking at all the data and listening to all the input and looking at what our current language is with regard to plans we've adopted and action that has been taken, and also look towards the future. For those who think I don't believe in helping students out, I'm gonna say this right now. Neither one of my parents graduated from college, but they both cared very much about folks being able to go to college. When they celebrated their 50th wedding anniversary, my brother, sister, and I decided instead of sending them on a trip or giving them a gift, my mom had a daycare center and she did that early childhood education for over 35 years. So what we did for them was we established a scholarship fund at Gaston College in my hometown county in honor of my parents, an endowed scholarship fund for students. So those who say, I don't look after students and respect students going to college, I hope you'll rethink that. At this point, I can't support this amendment.
Drains.
Thank you, Mayor. It is my strongly held opinion that this text amendment is bad public policy. I see 5 substantive flaws. 1, this text amendment substantially increases the density and alters the business environment of 24+ properties without their support or input, to my knowledge. 2, text amendment is spot zoning. It is a fact that the financial goals of a single development entity determine the narrowly crafted language. At the same time, other property owners within the 500 feet IMU area not be able to replicate the subject project, should they want to, due mainly to the lack of USCB parking availability. 3, the proposed text amendment circumvents 2 long-standing LMO standards that protect against overdevelopment. They are density and parking. The text amendment allows 2.5 times greater density in the apartment complex than the existing code. And in order to achieve that higher density, the proposed language permits parking of residential units off-site on someone else's property. That is prohibited in the LMO. 4, This project is purported to be workforce housing, but nothing in the text amendment validates that. 80% of the project is a market rate apartment complex without any assurance the units will be occupied by island workers. Only 20% of the project is defined as workforce housing. And 5, housing for island workers is and will be in critical short supply forever. And yet, the workforce housing component in this project sunsets in just 15 years, and the off-site parking agreement terminates in 25. And yet, the undefined high density of the text amendment, there forever. Because of the above compromises are made for the benefit of a single development entity, but are not matched by a greater and lasting good for the community, I will be voting against the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Alfred?
I would like to raise the possibility of a small amendment to clarify the definition of educational use. Essentially, in the code section, one of the provisions that characterizes educational use is seminaries, businesses, trade school, and vocational schools. I think it would be helpful to eliminate this particular development, provided that it is a minor change that does not require further review by the Planning Commission. So move.
Is there a second on that? Okay, seeing none, the motion fails. So, I appreciate all the comments that everybody has made tonight, not only in person, but as Ms. Bryson said, both through email, through text, and phone calls. It has been, for all of us, a very heightened endeavor. I asked Mr. Cullen earlier about the actual density units on the other properties. He said it was less than what they had calculated, but for the purpose of the exercise, calculated 31 units an acre. But when you go down and do the actual exercise on each property, it comes in less. We need a toolbox that is complete of different offerings. Public, private, need it all. Not only is our community in a shortage of housing, but so is every other community in the area. And our livelihood sometimes might need to, and I talk about our livelihood as a community, they have to take a little sacrifice. But if we don't provide housing for our employees, then we falter. And then when we falter, our town government falters and our community falters, tax revenues go away. I haven't heard anybody say anything really negative about this project. Mr. Ames, I agree with your comments are. And sacrifice that I think needs to be made. So with that, I'm gonna call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed, please raise your right hand. The vote is 4-3 in favor of. Okay.
5-minute break?
Yes.
Yes.
No, we're not done. We're not done. So at this time, with the motion, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. We have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we're taking a 5-minute recess. I just gotta say. I could have everybody's attention, and if we could have a motion to come out of recess.
So moved.
All those in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, next up, we have the first reading of proposed ordinance 2023-16, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend single-family dwelling parking requirements and establish regulations for single-family dwelling floor area ratio requirements. This item was sent back to the Public Planning Committee on September 14th for further review due to several questions that the council still had. At that meeting, the Public Planning Committee moved that the action taken at the previous meeting concerning adoption of the floor area ratio, regulations, and maximum lot size be reconsidered, and that parking be handled as a separate matter. The committee recommended to eliminate 4,000 square foot maximum house size and to recommend to town council provisions dealing with floor area ratio at a level of 0.45 to be included that contained with the exterior walls of the structure. This action moved forward with a vote of 3-1. Ms. Lewick.
Thank you. Ms. Lewick, Director of Planning, for the record. Good evening, Council, Mayor, and Mr. Orlando.
You're not going to talk as long as Sean did, eh?
I promise I won't. I promise. We are here to talk about the floor area ratio for single-family dwelling and the single-family parking requirements amendment. This is part of the Phase 4A of our 5-phase LMO amendment project. And there is an ordinance before you today. So the overall purpose of these amendments was to establish regulations for single-family floor area ratio requirements to effectively regulate the volume and placement of homes based on the structure size in relation to the size of the property, as well as to amend single-family dwelling parking requirements to align single-family use type to the size of the dwelling unit. Advancing these items was a priority that was identified by the Public Planning Committee in June and was really to address and advance these amendments to specifically address design standards for that mass and scale and intensity on single-family properties. These are related to solving some of the community concerns that we've heard about the scale of development and lack of parking for single-family uses in some of our neighborhoods. Some of those community concerns were raised by residents in the Jonesville area, in Forest Beach, in Folly Field, and Bradley Circle neighborhoods, to name a few. So this amendment has gone through some of its public review process. The Planning Commission held a public hearing on the matter in July 27. Again, the Public Planning Committee considered this amendment twice, first on August 10th and then again on September 14th. And today is first reading of council. The amendment set has changed since the Planning Commission's public hearing. There will be a requirement that it be remanded back to the Planning Commission for review of those deviations. So what is floor area ratio? Floor area ratio does regulate the bulk and placement of homes in relationship to the lot size. Before you is a schematic that shows what gross floor area is. So you have the structure size and the lot area. It's a ratio that includes the floor area ratio calculation, which is typically described as a decimal. So while floor area ratio is a separate calculation than density, density is the number of dwelling units per net acre. It certainly does regulate how much density can be accommodated on a lot. Floor area ratio is a planning tool that's utilized in planning and zoning to regulate scale and massing of buildings to a site. Floor area ratio, along with other development form standards such as setbacks and buffers, impervious coverage, height, or other development form standards that also regulate the built environment on a particular lot. So for the amendment that's before us today, the proposed definition for floor area ratio is the measurement of a building's gross floor area in relation to the size of the lot on which the building is located on. Floor area ratio is expressed by a decimal number and is derived by dividing the total gross floor area of the building by the net acreage of the lot. Because the definition of floor area ratio is based on our existing definition of gross floor area, this graphic that is here shows a principal structure and an accessory structure that would make up the total gross floor area on the lot that is depicted here. And that would be the gross floor area that's divided by the lot size to compute the floor area ratio. So our existing definition of gross floor area includes the area inside the perimeter of the exterior walls for a building or other structure that doesn't deduct corridors, stairs, closets, or thickness of walls, columns, or other features. That's exclusive of areas that are open and unobstructed to the sky. The zoning districts that the floor area ratio is applicable are all of the areas that allow single-family use except for the planned development districts. So that includes the RSF 3, 5, and 6, RM 4, 8, and 12, the LC, MF, MV, NC, RD, S, WMU districts. And we currently have a floor area ratio in 3 of our character overlay districts that is in place. And that includes Forest Beach, Follyfield, and Holiday Homes have an existing floor area ratio. So the proposed floor area ratio change that's in the current amendment set is to propose a floor area ratio of 0.45 that would be applicable to single-family homes. And it does not include any changes to the existing floor area ratios that are within our current overlay districts. This slide just shows the actual language that's part of the text amendment. Again, it includes the definition of floor area ratio that I already read. So how did we get to some of these recommendations? We looked at some data that was included in our analysis through the public review process. The table here shows various zoning districts, average building square footage, average lot square footage, and then an average floor area ratio based on those averages. It shows that there's a range of floor area ratio that we analyzed, and that the average of the average building square footage, average lot sizes was an average FAR of 0.32. And also before you shows the existing floor area ratio requirements in our existing character overlay districts. Forest Beach has a 0.55 floor area ratio, and the other 2 character overlays have a floor area ratio of 0.45. And where they differ are the maximum home sizes within each of those existing overlays, where the Forest Beach has a maximum home size of 5,000 square feet, Follyfield has a maximum home size of 4,500 square feet, and Holiday Homes has a maximum home size of 4,000 square feet. We also analyzed in our 2022 building permit data, and there were within, we had actually 156 properties in that permit data set, but 49 of those were in non-PD planned development district zoned areas. And the highest average single-family residential square footage was 6,214 in, again, the 2022 year. The minimum was 1,216 square feet, and that was in the RM4 district, and the maximum was 8,328 square feet, and that was in the RM8 district. And the median of all of the 156 properties for home size was 5,290 square feet. We also looked at the previous 5 years of building permit data and looked at that in a number of neighborhoods. You can see here the average 5-year new build in Forest Beach, Follyfield, Holiday Homes, as well as in some of our planned development districts. And you can see the range of floor area ratios and then the average lot size of that 5-year data. Less than 10% of the 900 properties in Forest Beach are close to the existing floor area ratio cap. The data in Follyfield show that new construction does meet the floor area ratio requirement, but that some of the homes built in the 60s and 70s do exceed the floor area ratio that we have today. And the planned unit developments have larger lot sizes and average building size of around 6,000 square feet. Also, we looked at a number of examples within the community that have floor area ratios that exceed 0.45, and those include, Forest Beach, Singleton Beach, Sandcastle by the Sea, Carolina Isles, Hammock Breeze, Bermuda Point, Tansy Leaf, Jarvis Creek. So if you're familiar with some of those subdivisions and the scale of the home to the lot size, those are in excess of 0.45. We did also look at the highest average building square footage, and the Resort Development District has the highest average building square footage of the data that we reviewed. However, within that data set, the largest or majority of those properties within that 5-year data set are in the ARM4 district. We also looked at the Bradley Circle neighborhood specifically, and the average lot size there is 0.18 with an average square footage of 6,183. And it has both RM8 zoning as well as resort development zoning. And there are homes within that particular area that were built within the last 5 years that exceed an FAR of 1. So we have a shorter series of floor area ratio images than that we displayed at the Public Planning Committee. But the data set shows the road, a floor area ratio, the home square footage, the lot size, and whether or not the property is a 4% or 6% property. And they go from the lowest FAR to the highest. This happens to be a family compound development. Here's a home on Walking Horse Street that has an FAR of 0.21 with a home size of over 4,000 square feet. Here's a home on Rowboat Road with an FAR of 0.29 and a home square footage of 5,148. Here's a home on Follyfield Road with an FAR of 0.32 and a home square footage of 3,585. And a home on Azalea Street with a floor area ratio of 0.46 and a home square footage of 3,674. And a home on Circlewood Drive with a floor area ratio of 0.58 and a home square footage of 2,647. Here's a home on Old Stony Lane with an FAR of 0.62 and a home square footage of 2,436. And then finally, a home on Caesar Place with a floor area ratio of 1.16, home square footage of 1,877. So within the 5-year data set that we looked at, these are all considered new construction, not renovation. There were a total of 1,212 properties. Nearly half of those, 520, are located outside the planned development districts. And of those 520, nearly 40% have more than 4,000 square feet of gross floor area. And about 16% of those were between the floor area ratios of 0.32 and 0.45. The proposed code includes family compounds as single-family use, and so they would be applicable to the floor area ratio requirements. All development that would be considered non-conforming as part of this, there likely will be a number of homes that will become legal non-conforming structures. Our non-conformity section within the code, that chapter, governs how we can regulate or provide redevelopment opportunities. And if they can meet the requirements for the substitution of nonconformities for redevelopment, then those homes could redevelop within these parameters. And there's some criteria for review for substitution of nonconformities. That is the conclusion of the floor area ratio portion of the amendment, and I can move over into the parking unless there are questions before I do so.
Yeah, continue on.
Okay. So the purpose of the parking requirements is to review what is necessary by the the use that generates the parking needs, so the intensity of single-family use. Off-street parking requirements are an attempt to minimize spillover parking on public streets. Parking calculations are for non-residential, typically a 1 per the gross floor area of that particular use. But for residential use, that's typically a certain number of spaces per dwelling unit. We provided some tables that provided options for parking calibration, and we'll go through those tables in a couple of slides. So the single-family parking requirements, or this amendment, applies to all single-family use within the island. So that includes the overlays, it includes all of the districts that allow single-family use, including the planned development districts. And the current proposal is an adjustment to the parking as follows. It proposes 2 parking spaces required for up to 2,000 square feet of gross floor area, and 1 additional parking space required for each 750 square feet or portion thereof over and above 2,000 square feet of gross floor area. Driveway areas not located with any required buffer may be counted for parking. So again, this use is for all single-family use types, and that would be applicable to this amendment. Again, here are some of the districts that are included within that. And then we're going to go through the tables that show what we analyzed. And the existing requirements, our existing parking requirements are the top line. The existing overlay district parking requirements are this gray line right here, and the bottom line is what's proposed in this amendment. So within these tables, you can see when you have existing a 4-bedroom home and what the parking would be for our existing code, and then how it's adjusted with the proposal. So it's a slight difference in the parking. It's either equal to or a little bit greater when you're within the character overlay districts to what's proposed, but it could be an increase of, a number of parking spaces. It could double depending on the size of the home. And if you had a 4,500 square foot home, for example, the existing parking requirement would be 3, and it would be 6 under this proposal. And you can look at the differences among the home sizes, what was current in the existing code, what was current within the overlays, and what's proposed to be applied equally among all single family, including the overlays. So again, the parking applies whether if somebody was going to do an addition to a home and their home square footage was increased, then that would increase the size of the home. And again, we would use the size of the home to calibrate the parking requirements. So whether it's a new build or there's an addition to the square footage of the home, the parking would be applicable. So again, the effects of the parking as identified within the comparison tables, it could be that the parking requirements double. It could be that they increase by 1. It just depends on the size of the home and if they were within a character overlay district prior to or within one of the districts that allows single family. And the parking requirement is based on an area. So the parking spaces could be within a garage. They could be on surface area. The parking dimensional requirement remains the same. It's a 9 by 18 parking space. There could be an implication that there would be more impervious coverage on the lots if the parking was to be impervious. However, the parking doesn't have to be. It could be pervious material as well. Again, the parking requirements apply to all the districts up here on the screen. They're all districts that allow single-family use, and that includes the planned development districts, and the overlays are included in this amendment. The review standards, this is a text amendment, just like the Islander mixed use. These are the same text amendment review standards that are applicable for any text amendment that is considered. Is it in accordance with the comp plan? Is it required by change conditions? Does it address a community need? So on and so forth. The relationship to the comprehensive plan, there are several goals within the comprehensive plan that meet the objectives for calibrating parking and scale of development. I'll read some of those. The opportunities for excellence include building an island community defined by small communities, operating collaboratively and by a diverse economic focus. Connected strategies include providing appropriate modifications to the zoning designations and land use regulations to meet community needs while maintaining island character. Opportunities for environment include to anticipate future climate environment that could impact the human footprint and presence on the island. Infrastructure strategies include educating residents and visitors about air quality and noise pollution and their relative impacts on human and environmental health. And economic strategies include to encourage and offer options for sustainable development of structures and sites. So the basis or purpose of this amendment for both floor area ratio and single family use parking was recommended due to the changing conditions and demonstrated community need regarding residential dwelling shape, size, and scale density consistent with the LMO prevention of overcrowding of land and development patterns that follow the desired character and development form of the island. The rationale findings detail the rise in larger home dwelling sizes that have increased the intensity of development across all single-family zoning districts. And the goal for both floor area ratio and the parking regulation is to ensure safe and efficient orderly development pattern with concurrent provisions of appropriate and necessary development parking requirements. And finally, before you today is the proposal to recommend that you consider this amendment today that's before you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yes. I will make the motion as it is presented, but I was going to ask the question, could it be divided?
Do that, then we need to get a second.
Okay.
As we're going through on that. So is there a second on that for the parking? Okay.
We can discuss the parking now if you want to.
Yep. Then, Mr. Ames, since you made that motion, I'll let you go ahead and move forward.
Okay. At the PPC, this one troubled me because here we are almost doubling the impervious cover on a site, which troubles me because of runoff, because of the need to cut trees down and so on and so forth. So I do think that this ordinance impacts us in a direction that is inconsistent with sort of the FAR conversation. I think the two are somewhat in conflict. My suggestion is that we can solve this problem as long as a high percentage of the additional parking is pervious materials or parked underneath the house. If they're underneath the house, then it's impervious covered anyway. So I think that we should be restricting the number of additional parking spaces for those reasons. And then secondly, what are we really addressing here? And I think it is because of the short-term rental issues, where a large house near the beach needs an incredible number of parking spaces to accommodate all the people who are occupying the house at one time. So I just want to make sure that we aren't solving an STR problem at the expense of other high priority issues for our community. So that my recommendation there would be, if we are going to adopt that line increase, that 50% of the increased unit spaces are pervious materials or parked underneath the house. I'll go make one other comment. There are some driveways that are longer than others and can obviously accommodate those cars. So if the driveway is long to get to a house, that's a different circumstance than some of the pictures that we saw where basically the entire front yard was asphalt or concrete. That's what I'm trying to recognize as a problem.
Mayor, I agree with Mr. Ames' concerns about increasing impervious surfaces. But it occurs to me that if we are proposing a change to this particular drafted ordinance, it needs to go back to committee. I think that's a change of substance is what I'm saying.
And I would say, in my mind, that would be appropriate, but that's up to the rest of council. This applies also to behind the gates, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So I think that 70% of the population who are full-time, of the 70% who live behind the gates and are full-time residents, probably don't want their neighborhoods to have more asphalt than what's there already. And so I'm very concerned. I think this is an issue that we ought to think through, but I'm open to other people's comments.
Mayor? Well, with regard to parking, impervious, pervious, that definition in of itself is problematic because we know some pavers, et cetera, that seem as though they're a pervious option actually become impervious over time. And it depends if you, even out of the box, if you seal it, if you close the gaps up. So what it sounds like we're starting to do is design and plan each individual home, and we don't do that. And so I'm not in favor of pushing it back. First of all, we've been working on this for quite some time. And if there are tweaks with regard to what constitutes impervious or an impervious parking surface, then we need to talk about that. We need to define it. But we can do that after we get something moved forward and continue on. So I am not in favor of sending this back to committee. I am in favor of voting on this today, and if it needs some work afterwards, we can certainly look at that definition and those going forward. But the more we get down into the weeds in terms of how people are designing their house, where they can park their cars, et cetera, I think the further we get away from what the intent of this parking requirement actually is supposed to solve.
Then what is the intent?
Well, the intent, as I understand it, was to provide additional parking spots because over time it's become quite apparent that we do not have sufficient parking spots and people are parking in the road, people are parking in the grass, people are parking in a variety of different places. And you brought up the issue with regard to short-term rentals. And while I can imagine how the emphasis could be drawn to that, because it's clear and obvious that there's a problem there, we don't know which single-family home will become a short-term rental. And so we must prepare for adequate parking on site of every single-family resident, and not just those that, we assume may or may not be a short-term rental in the future. So that's the intent.
Okay. Seems to me, Mr. Mayor, that we're sort of in a curious situation because there are going to be districts on the island that are more prone to the issue at hand that need more attention than others. So, Ms. Higgins, my question is, have we measured this parking against the family subdivisions, family compounds as well?
It would be applicable to those that it's a single family use requirement, so it would apply to family subdivisions and family compounds.
Saying applicable, I'm wondering, is there going to be some effect in a negative fashion towards those or not?
By looking at the tables, the home sizes that are smaller, it doesn't impact them as greatly. The larger home size obviously have a greater parking requirement with this new calculation.
Absolutely. So going from 2 to 4 based on 2,500 square feet could pose a problem in other areas that are not necessarily associated with the issue that we're having at hand with short-term rentals. So I would be more inclined, even though I'm not on Public Planning Committee, that it go back to committee for further review so that we know the positive effects of this and the negative effects of this, and understanding completely that we have an issue in certain areas of the island.
Bryson?
I have to admit, I'm a little confused at this point, which is not unusual. I do get confused from time to time. But I appreciate what Mr. Brown is saying about how does this apply to family subdivisions and family compounds, knowing that there's a variety of homes that may be within family subdivisions and family compounds. But I'm also, concerned about the size of some of these homes and not having adequate parking and the impact on the neighborhoods where they exist. So I think we need to do something, but I'm also mindful of, I support more impervious area rather than pervious area. And I do remember that the Planning Commission debated a good bit about that. But what I'm mostly confused about is that the motion on the floor is to adopt the proposed ordinance as well as the second. And now the maker of the motion and the maker of the second want to change it. So that's what I'm confused about.
The motion's
You
on
want
the
to go ahead
table.
and adopt it? Okay.
It's up for the vote. I spoke my opinion.
Okay. So, but in order for it to go back to the committee, we would need an amendment to that then.
Oh, it could be.
No, it could be tabled. It could be tabled and sent back.
Or it could be.
Okay, so that's what I'm puzzled about, is that either we're,
No, if there are four votes in favor of it,
it can go on.
it'll move on.
Okay, all right. And if not, then there would be another motion. Okay. Now, I'm somewhat less confused, but I don't know what to do.
Mr. Alfred?
Was consideration given to the use of type of parking space where there are essentially open bricks covered with grass? We have a fair number of those in the lots in Sea Pines. So it's a pervious surface, but it looks like grass.
Yeah, it would just have to be a parking space that's an approved surface. It can be grass pavers. It can be a variety of surface types.
And would it be desirable or possible in some way to encourage, or maybe even to encourage rather than require that type of an approach?
It could be encouraged. Right now, the text amendment doesn't require it as written.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to see this thing go down and failing on first reading, but I do favor, as I said a few minutes ago, having further review of this by the appropriate committee, which I assume is the Public Planning Committee. I don't know when is the appropriate time to move to refer it back.
That's what I was going to ask. I was going to ask our town attorney if I could make a motion to amend the motion to refer it back to committee.
Mayor, if I may get the floor for just a moment. I'd like to know how long it was in Public Planning Committee, how many times it was discussed. I think we were all there, and it's been more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times. And so I'm confused by the confusion, quite honestly. And what I hear is just more talk and not other solutions that might come forward if it were sent back to Public Planning Committee. If we've acknowledged the fact that there is a parking issue across the island, and this is a solution that will help, then, and now we're saying that somehow this solution isn't adequate enough, why it didn't come through before is baffling. And if that is the case, then what is the solution now? What magically is going to appear to force us to delay taking a vote and having a first reading? If there's an issue with about approved surfaces, can't we address that later? So I don't want to belabor the fact, but we have worked really hard, and we have a lot of things on our plate the staff has worked really hard and they have a lot on their plates. And we need to be able to come to conclusions after considerable debate. And here we are seemingly unable to make a decision and yet not offering solutions. So please, let's just vote, take a first reading, pass it through, and address things afterwards, if there's something that someone thinks of.
Any other comments from council? Yes, sir.
I just want to say this, Mr. Mayor. Again, I'm not privy to the conversation at the PPC. I'm just offering a different perspective. I don't park on a parking space when I go home, either through my parents, anybody on my family compound.
Yeah, that's actually a question I wrote down is on those compounds, you know, you showed some of the trailers on Nazarene Drive, you know, what constitutes as a parking spot when there is no formal parking.
Does it have to be delineated? There have to be lines? Does it have to be set forth? It's just a measurement.
It's a measurement, and typically it's an improved surface. Sometimes it could be wood chips, crushed gravel, a variety of surface types.
Okay. Any other comments from council?
I think I asked a procedural question, and so I might add to that. If instead of referring it directly, well, let me back up again. So if it is referred to the Public Planning Committee, and the Public Planning Committee recommends further changes to the amendment, then it comes back to the Town Council for first reading. And if those changes are adopted, then doesn't it have to go back to the Planning Commission?
Yes, because they would be different from what the planning commission
Okay, all right. Is there a way to refer it directly back to the Planning Commission instead of back to the Public Planning Committee? I'm trying to figure out a way to move it along. And I guess the other option is to go ahead and move to amend it, amend the motion on the floor to amend the proposed ordinance, and then it would go back to Planning Commission and then come back to the Town Council.
Let me ask a question. If we were to move the motion today, when's the Public Planning Committee meet?
October 12th.
Next week. Can we put this on the agenda, have a conversation next week?
I believe so. Yes.
Councilman Ames, it's up to you and the mayor to control the agenda. My request is if this needs additional work, then council provides clear direction on the items that they'd like us to take a look at. So we're not trying to figure out what each of you are thinking, okay?
Well, with respect to Ms. Becker's comment, I think that we have had conversations at PPC which indicated moving along in this issue. It's only in my mind, in working through, expressing to some degree my concerns during the PPC meeting, but getting to this point saying, hey, look, is this really what we want? So I would request, with the mayor's agreement, that this be put on the PPC agreement, that we approve it today to move forward with first reading.
Any other comments? I'm going to open up for public comment. Yes, ma'am.
Is this just with respect to parking?
Yes, just parking.
My name is Denise Presida. I'm an architect working on a couple of homes on Hilton Head Island. I've been here about 7 years. Absolutely love it. I do have history with urban planning. I came from a large firm in Atlanta, where I was there for over 20 years. I think when you're implementing a required parking allowance, you have to consider open space and pervious versus impervious. It cannot be a blanket, add 6 spaces without looking at the green aspect without allowing drainage, allowing plantings, and you're going to completely come up with people that are going to go ahead and concrete their whole lot. It's unfair and it's going to look terrible. And I think you need to reconsider the whole way you're approaching the parking issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Yes, sir.
Carolyn Storin. I think I would second what that lady just said. The issue seems to be around the pervious, impervious. So we have a parking issue that we need to solve, but the pervious and impervious can actually refine that further down the road. So I would ask you to vote on it today and approve it, and then solve the pervious, impervious. Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Keith Sledge again from Bradley Circle. I like what the lady just said about the green aspect. In Bradley Circle, there's a concrete aspect. We have no grass between these houses that our newest developer has put all over our neighborhood, and it's not pervious. So I want y'all to make driveways that are outside the house be impervious later, but let's make that something that y'all just sit down and say, this is an item we're going to do across the island, on plantation, not on plantation. If you change or make outside parking, let's make it pervious. But we can't hold this up. We've got a pending ordinance situation here. There are 3 9,000 square foot dwellings that are applied for. And if y'all start this process over again, we're going to potentially lose our pending ordinance on all this stuff. And so instead of nice little 4-bedroom houses on 5,400 square foot lots, we're going to have 3 9,000 square foot houses with 5 or 6 parking spaces in the front of our subdivision. So this is serious to us. This is not something we can kick the can down, and we can't just twiddle our thumbs about every little thing. It's wonderful to have impervious parking, but we don't now. So let's do that. Y'all can fix that over the next month. You can send it through all the committees, do a separate thing, and just get that done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
I just have a quick comment. I am just extremely concerned here how we are voting on things, and I saw it last week at the planning committee, where we are not clear about the definitions of things. We don't have the details. How do we say, yes, let's just pass it and we'll get the details later? The details matter. They matter to the people that live in this community. We need to have the details before you can vote on something. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Another hand going up? No,
just parking.
Just parking right now. Thank you. All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any other comments from council?
Mayor, maybe a better question for our town attorney is, what are our procedural options at this point?
Excuse me, if there is a public planning committee meeting now and your next council meeting, could be a motion to postpone consideration of this ordinance to a definite time, which council meeting, or if that's too fast, whatever council meeting you think you can back to. That motion gets debated and takes priority, and you could do it that way. A motion to table actually is a little bit different of an animal. It's handled different ways by different people, but if your intention would be to send it to the Public Planning Committee and then bring it back to council at a meeting that y'all decide on, then it would be a motion to postpone consideration to a definite time.
If I can remind us of something that was said earlier tonight in the conversation by Charlie from the chamber. He talked about the founding fathers of Hilton Head, and I'm going to paraphrase it because I didn't write it down word for word, but the sentiment was striking. And the sentiment was that to preserve the environment today has benefits now and later, essentially. The way we have parking now, we don't require any particular type of surface, or am I wrong? It's just a parking that's, something that's designated as parking, whether it's pervious, impervious, or whatever, correct?
That's correct. In some of our character overlay districts, they do require impervious coverage for their driveways.
Okay. And so the detail is there. I mean, it may not be the detail we want it to be, and that is certainly something that can be, as you said previously, we can designate it approved surfaces. So if the concern is that we don't want more impervious areas on a lot, David, then we need to go back and say all parking perhaps needs to be impervious.
I want to move this along.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and I stirred the pot tonight by raising this pervious-impervious issue. I think we ought to take action on this first reading, and I think the Public Planning Committee should allocate some amount of time in its agenda to deal with this in more detail, to see if there's any easy solution or whether this is just, the subject is postponed until a later date.
I'd like to call the question if everyone's ready.
I would like to say something, yeah. This goes a little bit further than parking. It is a question about pervious versus impervious on each and every lot, which doesn't exist currently. I just did a quick count on my house, small house, how many parking spaces I got, 2 in the garage, 5 in the driveway. Right, so a quick calculation that I'm running, I'm going, it's not a problem. And I've got a short driveway. To Mr. Ames' point, you've got a long driveway, and you've got plenty of parking with a 9x18. In certain areas, when you have the short parking, then you're challenged. Then it becomes a real pervious versus impervious question. And it's what the founding fathers had in mind about green space when this island was early developed. So it is not a simple answer as to what should be done and how it should be done. But I agree that it needs to be moved on, and I think the planning committee, public planning committee, needs to address it in more detail. So with that, we'll go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and, go ahead.
I need clarity, because the original motion did not include it going back to the Public Planning Committee as Mr. Coltrane has suggested.
If I'm not mistaken, we can make that happen outside of a motion.
Yes, you can.
Yes. So that is something that, since I control the agenda, then it'll be on there.
Thank you, sir.
With that, how does everybody vote?
Now, with that being said, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. So moved. Unanimous.
Okay, second motion, that the council adopt ordinance 2023-16, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend and establish regulations for single-family dwelling floor area ratio requirements.
Okay?
Second.
Okay, discussion from council. David, you first.
This isn't a perfect science, but I do think that the council is responding to strong community sentiment that overbuilding is hurting neighborhoods, and in large part due to short-term rental opportunities. And so I think that we ought to move this forward at 0.45 that we talked about, that it ought to include Forest Beach because they're at 0.55, and that we anticipate down the road that there intuitively are differences in the FAR in different districts. The Marshes District, if it's going to be a legitimate, more conservation-oriented area, might have a different FAR than the Mid-Island District. So I'm conceptually in agreement that we need 0.45 to move forward, but I think it's going to have to be adjusted as we learn more about different districts.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
Yes, couple questions. Let's see. One, when I attended the Public Planning Committee meeting, I wasn't clear on what is defined as the unit that would count to this floor area ratio. So I guess my question is, if you have a home, that absolutely counts. But what about your shed, your tool shed? Does that count as well?
Yes, so it's currently defined, it's governed by gross floor area, and that includes the structure size, accessory structures, and any areas that aren't open or unobstructed to the sky would count towards gross floor area.
Okay, and I'll go back to the, I guess, family subdivision, family compound. When I attended the Gullah Geechee Task Force meeting, there was concern around that. Do we have resolution around that concern?
Well, the total size of the homes on a family compound, so family compounds are considered single family per the regulations for a family compound. And so you would add up all of the structures and divide that by the total lot area. And so they wouldn't be able to exceed a 0.45 floor area ratio for all of the structures on a parcel. That's a family compound.
Yeah, I know, but there was a particular instance where there was some math in accordance to this new ordinance, as someone was thinking about dividing their property to will it to their kids, and the math did not work with the 0.45. That's that particular instance. I'm asking, was that resolved?
I'm not aware of that particular instance, so I'm not sure. We did have some analysis of several family compound sites where we did add up the total structure size to lot size, and they didn't exceed a 0.45. Certainly that wasn't a full analysis of all possible scenarios or future development of family compounds that aren't fully developed yet.
I guess my point is, to the rest of the council is, again, I understand that we've got floor area ratio concerns, okay? And as Councilman Ames has alluded to, there may be different applications to different districts, okay? And I know that we have asked the town manager to work expeditiously on getting those district plans done, but we're not there yet, right? And I'm just not comfortable with the case studies that we have in front of us, which absolutely show that we have a problem. But we don't have case studies to support other opportunities that folks are trying to accomplish on their property with this 0.45. And I'm not ready to support it at this time because of that.
Let me ask Councilman Brown. I understand your sensitivity to that and the need to parse it out. We were to exclude family compounds and subdivisions in this motion for a time-specific period for staff to be able to work through an analysis that you were comfortable with. Would that satisfy you?
Depends on the time, Councilman Ames.
12 hours? No.
I would say that would be until the district planning and the LMO rewrite expressed. It would be an undefined time.
Dealing with subdivisions.
Dealing with the family compounds.
So we exclude that until that time those parcels are affected by the district plans? Is that what you're saying?
Seems like to me then the best way to do it is to go ahead and exclude, family compound and family subdivisions. And then when those are done, then if we're probably going to need to tweak this with regard to the various districts anyway, then that's a time to amend it as opposed to establishing a certain time within the amendment.
So I would amend my motion to exclude family compounds and subdivisions.
Second?
All right, how did you deal with Forest Beach overlay? Did you include that in your motion?
I haven't made the motion on that specific issue, and I'm glad you pointed it out.
Mayor, if I can jump in for just a moment. With regard to sheds, which I hear came up, under the LMO, a shed doesn't need to be permitted unless it's greater than 120 square feet. Is that correct?
On shaking his head, yes.
It is. So thank you for the confirmation. But if somebody's extending electricity, I get those parts of it. I mean, in terms of a permit.
You're correct. It doesn't require a building permit until it's exempt under building code, below that size.
Okay. So knowing that, is it true that something less than 120 square feet then as a shed, utilized as a shed, would not count towards the FAR?
It's still gross floor area, so it would still count.
So if you had a tool shed or that you added to your, lot later after you've built your house?
Yeah, based on gross floor area definition that we have, if it is enclosed and not open to the sky, then it is part of gross floor area, and it is part of the FAR calculation.
My point's being missed, but it's not really important right now. I hear that there's one instance that Councilman Brown is concerned about, and I'm sure that there's a solution for that. I also know that for the last 4 years or better, from South Forest Beach to Jonesville and everywhere in between, including behind the gates where this isn't even applicable, I have personally received phone calls, emails, and texts, had meetings from folks who want a floor area ratio to be established to help the overdevelopment in their communities. Each one of us has spoken very passionately about the overdevelopment on the island. And it's not because any one of us have a particular stance, but that, in fact, we hear you. We hear you from Sea Pines behind the gates, South Forest Beach, North Forest Beach, Singleton, Palmetto Dunes, Jonesville, and all in between. It is not one instance. This is a cry for something to be done. And there's at least 4 years in writing that this issue has been being worked on. I am so thrilled that we have something that now has come forward and that we can look at to answer those pleas that have come to all of us on this dais. It's because of that I think that we ought to tonight move this 0.45 floor area ratio forward. And if there are situations that come up that need addressing, I certainly think with regard to family compounds, I certainly think that there's room for those few to be addressed in an appropriate way to make sure that everyone is taken care of.
Mayor,
Hang on one second, Mr. Alfred. Mr. Stanford.
The question of floor area ratio to me is, this is a way for us to deal with the gross overdevelopment with these little tiny lots with houses covering the entire lot. So I'm in favor of the 0.45. I'm also in favor of the amendment to exclude family compounds and family subdivisions at this time.
Bryson.
all right. I wonder if the maker and the second will agree to a friendly amendment to include the Forest Beach Overlay District in the 0.45 FAR, thereby reducing it from 0.55 to 0.45.
I would agree to that, and I omitted it.
You actually said it.
I did say it before.
He referred to it, but he didn't
but
include
it
it.
wasn't in my motion.
Oh, okay.
Can you restate the full motion then? Can you restate the full motion for the record?
Yep.
Second agrees? You agree?
Yes, yes, I agree.
The council adopt an ordinance 2023-16, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of the Town of Hilton Head Island, the Land Management Ordinance, to establish regulations for single-family dwelling floor area ratio requirements, comma, to include the Forest Beach overlay, and to exclude, comma, and to exclude family subdivisions and family compounds.
I seconded before and I re-second.
And can I just ask a question? Because I appreciate the fact that Forest Beach was included specifically, but it is the most restrictive of the ordinances, whether it's, no, it's not? And I thought all of the.
Holiday homes is.
So there's 3 overlay districts that have floor area ratios. Forest Beach has the highest at 0.55. The other 2 are already at 0.45, so it's consistent with the recommendation. So this would apply the 0.45 to Forest Beach and reduce it from 0.55.
Okay, it's fine. I mean, it's.
Any other discussion from council? Public comment? Yes, sir.
Again, I'm speaking for 33 property owners in the Bradley Circle area. And Mr. Brown's concern earlier, was that due to the gentleman that came at a previous meeting and said that his house was 3,000 or 4,000 square feet and each of his children could only build a 333? Because that was dealing with the ceiling of whatever it was, 4,500, 5,500 square feet. So that, dropping that issue took care of that gentleman. If there's somebody else that issued a concern, it was different. But yeah, we've got to do this because there's no tree cover in these 1/8 acre lots where they're putting up 9,000 square foot houses. It's straight up. You're lucky to have 4 parking spaces. And we've got these people parking all in our streets, all around our neighborhoods, pervious, impervious, wonderful if we can straighten that out. But it's a nightmare what we're going through right now. And I appreciate y'all being willing to take a vote tonight and move this forward. And if the subcommittee can come up with some great ideas, that's wonderful too. But we've got to get this going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other comments? Anthony?
About to fall asleep. Daniel Anthony, I live on Jonesville. Alex, I understand what you're talking about with the family compounds and everything. I agree with that totally. I don't particularly agree with the 0.45, but David, if you could please tell somebody to make a public statement that this can be altered at districts, according to the communities and not just over the district, I would get about 300 residents out of my tail. So please, I've been asking for this for months. And I've been told it'll happen, but nobody's made public comment. And so now I'm getting blasted. So I appreciate what you said, but if you can make sure that somebody makes a public comment that this far, okay? Because on Jonesville, we're at a 0.28 or less. If this goes into effect and we're at a 0.45, we've almost doubled. Yep. And then what's that do to our little neighborhood with the 1 lane in and 1 lane out? We're getting killed. So please do that, please.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Don Huffian. I own a lot on Bradley Beach Circle area since 2014, which I plan to build my retirement home. Not one of these large ones, but something comparable to my neighbor's houses. My comments are related to the proposed amendment to the LML, specifically to the gross floor area ratio definition for a 0.45. It is my understanding that the proposed FAR of 0.45 includes non-heated spaces like garages, which is very restrictive for some of the neighbors, but particularly mine, as compared to the house that's already built. For example, my lot is in a flood zone. I can't build anything on the first floor, but it's going to be used, all the houses in my neighborhood use that as a garage area. And that area is going to take away from my 0.45, restricting my living space. So that's one reason. I'm opposed to it for the following reason. The current property setbacks and height restrictions adequately determine the size of the home that can be built, and because the footprints allows based on the lot sizes applies fairly to undeveloped properties in the neighborhood. Otherwise, my house is going to be much smaller than my neighbor's houses. The three, as mentioned, the three overlay districts have different FAR sizes, 0.55 and 0.45. Not one FAR fits all, just kind of like Mr. Brown said, it's not the same. One of the reasons states for, that neighborhoods where new, larger homes are being built and between older homes, that this negatively affects the existing home owners' property values. The opposite is also true. The owners of undeveloped property or existing older houses in a neighborhood where the existing homes are larger in scale will be negatively affected by being restricted to building a smaller home than their neighbors. This will result in hundreds of thousands of dollars in losses for undeveloped neighborhoods based on square footage alone. In summary, the existing LMO regulations are adequate to control the size of the home and structure on the impacted properties. This reduction here only impacts new development. My neighborhood's pretty well developed, and potentially by doing this, you're basically potentially increasing the home value of these people that have taken advantage of building these huge houses. I mean, there are some houses I bought 9 years ago. I fought with Tamara for the height restrictions. I don't want to see houses go out the roof, and there are some buildings in my neighborhood. When I first bought it was in resort development. It got changed for the height. I was okay with that, but now I can't build, if this goes through, I can't build like my neighbors. So thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Yep, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Bill McNeil. I'm a property owner in the Berks Beach area, and it has come to our attention the proposed change in FAR ratios for non-PDO districts would have dramatic effects on these properties for future development. As many districts affected, the proposed change fall within flood zones and require unique building requirements, such as being elevated above 13 feet base flood elevation. This requires unique and innovative design to conform with current town ARB requirements and architectural and engineering planning. Within the Berks Beach area, 80% of the lots are developed, almost all exceeding the proposed 4.45 reduction. The Beach Berk ARB reviews all plans and structures and has strict guidelines on building requirements. The minimum building size requirement in our ARB is 2,500 square feet. Under the new proposal for my lot, that's 7,500 square feet, I can only build a 2,250 foot house. Because under the current definition, you've completely excluded areas beneath structures like garages, taking into account storage. That's now going to be counted towards FAR in your current definition. Other districts that are on the overlay have those exemptions built into their FAR. And my thought is 0.45 is fine. I get to, that gives me 3,375 square feet of buildable house for my own personal residence. I'm not building a rental. I understand Berks Beach is majority rentals. 2 other families I know who've moved in there, it's their personal residence, so it's changing. So my proposal, or what I'm looking for, is to add back in the exemptions for parking underneath your structure and storage, just due to the unique building requirements within our area. As far as parking goes, our ARB mandates 4 parking spots. I'm under 3,000 square feet. You know, I'll still be within the area of the parking requirements. Sorry, a little nervous, never public speaking. 11 seconds. Quickly, the change in FAR is going to limit building, and it also is going to limit tax revenue in the long run. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Yes, sir. You can give it to her when you're done.
Very good. Thank you. Hello, my name is Carl Brayton, and I'm a Chaplain resident. And so this LMO amendment was prepared by the Planning Department and said to be consistent with the majority of existing FAR requirements in the LMO for character overlay district. So, but it's not consistent at all. You see, these 3 overlay districts use a completely different definition of gross floor area that excludes areas beneath the structure utilized solely for parking and storage. They exclude the first 600 feet of covered porches. They exclude the attic space as defined by the International Building Code. But this FAR amendment, proposed along with a parking amendment that increases the amount of required parking, includes garage space in the calculation of gross floor area. The reason why this is so important is that it greatly reduces the effective FAR number and unfairly limits home sizes on many lots. The Planning Department materials on FAR focused on average lot sizes. For Bradley Circle, it's 0.18, but the neighborhood is zoned RM8, 8 units per acre, which allows a single-family home on a lot that is 0.125. The majority of undeveloped lots on Bradley Circle are 0.125. Likewise, lots on Bradley Beach Road, which were subdivided in 1953, are 0.11. Nevertheless, the majority of homes on that road average over 2,000 heated square feet. If parking garages are included and not excluded, like every neighborhood on the island which imposes FAR, on Bradley Beach Road, it would result in 2 720 square foot levels over parking for a maximum of 1440. On Bradley Circle, it would result in 2 881 square foot levels over parking, so 1,762 square foot home. At the same time as they're building a 4,000 square foot heated square feet home right next to it. Both these examples would result in a single floor level that is between a tiny house of 500 square feet and a single wide trailer of 1080. 720 to 880 is very small, and most homes' average single floor level is 1,200 square foot on the low end. And many homes on Bradley Circle have single floor levels that average well over 2,000. FAR is not intended to force homes to be petite or below average. These are beach houses. There's no reason to unfairly burden folks this way or devalue their property in the process. To impose this rule onto native island communities without notification is especially inappropriate in my opinion. LMO changes such as this should be addressed with district plans. It should be tailored to the individual neighborhood and to the zoning density. One size does not fit all. Please send this back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments?
Hello, my name is Lisa Cotter. My family and I have lived in Bluffton for 15 years. We bought a lot in 2014 on Bradley Circle at 2 Abalone Lane. Ms. Becker happens to be my neighbor. When we bought the lot, we didn't know exactly what our plans were for it. We've had many offers from people to buy the lot, but we've always kept a hold of it. As our kids are getting older and we are starting to look at colleges, we've decided this would be the perfect place for our kids to go back to. In October 2022, we had a survey done. When we received the survey, we asked the survey company to reach back out to the town to make sure that all setbacks were correct. And we were assured that they were correct. We proceeded with the design. After completion of the design, we were then informed that the setbacks were not correct. Mistakes happen, but now we have to pay our architect for a second design. We moved on to design number 2, late spring 2023. Again, our design is just about complete when we hear about the proposed change to the FAR. Our current design is a 3,400 square foot heated home. We heard at the planning committee about what makes a house a home, and that is what we want on Hilton Head Homes. This home has 50% pervious coverage. It has room to throw a ball, as was discussed at the last meeting. We do have a fire pit planned. We also have room for our 2 dogs to run around. If this proposed blanket ratio of 0.45 passes, we would not have a home as was defined in the last meeting. We would be left with approximately 1,200 square feet of heated space. This is certainly not enough to create a home and for our children and family to come back to. A blanket FAR does get rid of the mansions, but it also makes it impossible for a family of 5 to build a home in RM8. I'm also, as I addressed it earlier, I am really concerned about how we are passing things and then coming back later to define those things. At the planning meeting, it was never, the FAR, what was included in the FAR was not defined. It was actually addressed up until the point that they were voting. And we still don't know. I guess now they've decided that it includes the garage and that it includes a separate structure. However, no one has addressed whether it includes the screened-in porch, because that was the question last week too. I'm very concerned that we are making these decisions and then going back later and defining them. These little details matter to the people on Hilton Head. And it's been talked a lot about how the planning, at the planning meeting and today, about adjusting the ratios at the district level. Why aren't we looking at each individual zone separately and making decisions now based on the zones instead of having to readdress this at a later time? I just don't understand what the rush is. I understand that there's been a lot of work done. I have no doubt about that the committee has done a lot of work on this, but clearly there's still a lot of questions. I urge you to take a step back, look at each individual zone and address them individually. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ma'am.
Hello, I'm Denise Brasida, the architect of Miss Lisa Cotter. And we've been working together on design for quite some time, as you can imagine. And like I mentioned before, I'm a very big advocate of green space. That's why we tried very hard to keep a percentage of our lot open. We wanted to have green area. The lot itself is small. It is not a big lot. It was very difficult to achieve that with the design that she wanted and to be able to accommodate her whole family. If you include that bottom level below the base flood elevation, you have a house that you can't even build. And I don't know how the numbers shown in this chart that you presented earlier for the FAR are realistic. I don't think they include that bottom level. And if you're going to use numbers in this chart, they have to be checked and checked again. And I went through 6 different areas in RM8. Every single one of those areas had a 0.78 and higher. So I'm going to quote from the Land Management Ordinance, which is set up as a master planning document to create diverse and culturally rich development. This is what it says: provide the residential housing choice and diversity with varying housing densities, types, and designs. You have included what was 10, which now appears to be 11 separate zoning districts under one FAR, and that's not adequate. That's a bad choice to make. I think you need to go back and restudy each of the zones individually. I think that you really need to study when something's called a moderate density zone, that it should be able to be built at moderate density. You're going to end up with teeny weeny houses next to these big mansions. And every street that's already developed has 1 or 2 little lots left that people can't build on, and that'll just be a waste of taxpayers' dollars. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais.
What's the motion before us?
Pardon?
What's the motion before us?
The motion before us is to approve the 0.45, including the forest beach overlay and excluding family subdivisions and compounds.
Thank you.
Mayor, I think I need,
give it
did
to Mr.
Alex?
Brown.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I didn't see.
No worries. You go, ladies first, please. I'll wait.
Thank you, Alex, that was generous and kind. I just wanted to have full disclosure. I own 2 vacant lots. So as everybody's talking about the devaluing of lots, I'm subjecting myself to that willingly, knowingly, as a benefit to the overall community, because indeed, we've been working on this for 4 years, spanning this entire island, addressing the concerns of residents. And to read something I've read before, and we should read and remind ourselves of all the time. Land Management Ordinance, the purpose is to prevent the overcrowding of land and avoid undue concentration of population by creating zoning distance consistent with character and desired development form of each area of the town and each area's suitability for particular development. And I think that we got so far away from that. We got so far away from that now trying to come back to something that represents the values of Hilton Head, protecting our environment, our ecology, our residents, our development in an appropriate manner, that it might be painful. I've subjected my own family to that pain. We will have to abide by these exact same rules. And I do it because I believe it's for the betterment of the island as a whole, each and every community.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I got a couple technical questions for whoever. So I understand that the parking would travel into the PUDs. Does the FAR do the same?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around what's going to happen in the future when we get to district planning. How are we going to accomplish the goal of understanding what the correct percentage makes sense for the different districts within the districts? Do we have an answer to that? Is that part of the process? I mean, do we have some certainty? I'm just afraid of setting a precedent now and then saying we're going to change it either up or down later.
That's an excellent question. The analysis that led to a recommendation to Planning Commission, now Town Council, was based upon the 3 overlays we had in the current code, the analysis of existing floor area ratio in a lot of these communities, and sharing that with you. It varies within each one of these residential communities. So you can expect as you do district planning, you're going to have differing floor area ratios. I think we need to look at the context within each district, and understand the environmental sensitivities within each one, the infrastructure to support development, and within that full context, be able to identify floor area ratios that make sense. I think we want to make sure that we're also keeping true to development patterns that are historic and over time. But I think we need the context to make those types of decisions.
Thank you, Sean. That helps me. I just want to say, I appreciate the amendment to the motion with the family subdivision, family compound. But I do have grave concerns about how this is going to affect neighborhood by neighborhood. That was the whole intent of the district planning effort. And again, I understand that we've got issues right in front of us that we need to deal with. This seems to be somewhat of a stopgap. But not understanding some certainties as to how we're not devaluing properties either up or down, that's a stretch for me. So just wanted to make those comments before we take the vote.
Nancy, you did some research on alternate definitions of gross floor area. You looked at the overlay precedents. Does any of those make sense for us to consider?
I believe they would solve some of the concerns that were raised on what is or isn't included in gross floor area. The existing 3 overlays have slightly different definitions for what's included with their gross floor area. 2 of the 3 include exceptions for areas beneath the structure utilized solely for parking and storage, and exclude the first 600 square feet of covered porches and attic space defined by the latest adopted of the International Building Code. The Holiday Homes neighborhood does not allow an exception for the first 600 square feet of covered porches, but that is how the existing overlay districts both define floor area and redefine or exclude from the gross floor area definition that we have in the rest of the code. So the definition that does include the exclusion for covered porches, I'll read. They define gross floor area that includes covered porches in all enclosed space with a ceiling height of 7 feet or greater, except as follows: areas beneath the structure utilized solely for parking and storage, the first 600 square feet of covered porches, and then the attic space.
I hesitate suggesting that we adopt something that the rest of council hasn't even seen, but I think that's a direction that begins to deal with some of the objections that we've heard, and it recognizes that to some degree, beach houses or houses that are in the flood zone have an alternate use but aren't penalized for it. It's not 100% for me, but I think it's in a direction. The question before us is, are we going to try to adopt that or accept what is on the table today? I would be uncomfortable making the motion to insert that without council's ability to.
I would say that if that was tried to be inserted, it would constitute a major change because of a definition side and would therefore be forced back.
Mayor, I think it has to go back to planning commission anyway, because, forgive me, as I recall, the planning commission included the maximum square footage. And so with that being excluded, it has to go back to planning commission anyway. So what I was going to suggest, and I was going to also ask a question about gross floor area because of the difference in the definition that exists under the land management ordinance and a separate provision from the overlay district's gross floor area. So what I was going to suggest is we go ahead and adopt it on first reading. It's got to go back to the planning commission anyway, with instructions to the planning commission to assist in clarifying the definition of gross floor area before it comes back to us for second reading. Would that work?
Mayor, if I can ask a question on that point that Patsy brought
Well,
up.
hang on, she asked a question and still waiting an answer. Correct?
But Mr. Town Attorney, if we go ahead and adopt it on first reading, it's got to go back to the planning commission anyway, because there was a change in that the planning commission recommended the maximum square footage. And so if we adopt it on the first reading, it goes back to the planning commission with instruction that they help to clarify the gross floor area definition for us.
In addition to the item you mentioned, there's also an amendment made to the text of the ordinance by Mr. Ames today. So it does have to go back to the planning commission. And certainly council can send it back with the message that you want this to be looked at by the planning commission. If there is any consensus as to where you would like that definition to wind up, I think it would be very helpful to both staff, the planning commission, and ultimately council to know where you'd like that to go so that we can actually create language for the planning commission to look at and send back to you, as opposed to
Right, gotcha. I think that
guessing.
sentiment might be to look at the exclusions under the overlay districts, because that seems to address some of the concern about the inclusion of garage areas.
If the mayor agreed, then I would say if staff could present something to Public Planning Committee next week, that we at least got the 4 members of Public Planning and perhaps an alternate to weigh in to confirm some solid direction for the Planning Commission.
If I may, Mayor, just interject. This did come back to Planning Commission where we removed the 4,000 square foot maximum. Pardon?
It was a public planning committee where that was removed.
Right, public planning committee.
But not the planning commission, yeah.
Right. And it was my understanding at that time, unless things have changed, that that was the only requirement needed, that it would go to public planning committee and then would come back here. There has not been any discussion about going back to planning commission because of the 4,000 square foot maximum.
Well, anytime.
You need a steady ball here.
Now, anytime the text of an ordinance that has been reviewed by the planning commission is changed by the council, it has to go back to the planning commission. They can't change it, they can't, I mean, they get to review it and tell you what they think. I mean, the text of the statute's pretty clear. It says any change.
No, I hear you and understand. My question is then why we had it for a first reading tonight.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sean Cole, Assistant Town Manager. So we have the motion, we have amendments to apply it to Forest Beach overlay. We have an exclusion to the family compound and subdivisions. I think the definition that Missy provided does address a lot of the concerns that happened here. If you would consider an amendment to that new definition, I think that would help us get to a point where we're clear coming out of this meeting of the things that we need to discuss at Public Planning Committee or the Planning Commission and be able to address coming back to council to close this out. We do have to go back to Planning Commission because we haven't had a reading of council. I don't know what your deviations are to bring back to them. So I think if we are clear on the definition piece, as clear as you have been on the other amendments, then that will help us execute the work and discussion with both of those bodies before bringing this final back to you.
Okay. I'm going to agree with what you said about having all the information up front. I sent it back to the Public Planning Committee before because there wasn't clear definitions and clear information that was coming forward. I had a lot of questions, and I still have a lot of questions, and I agree that when we start affecting somebody's property values, we have got to take a look at it very carefully and make certain that we're doing it the right way. When we try to expedite things through, it takes longer. I don't like that. Nobody else does. So I think that we have an issue with our LMO definition of floor area ratio. That needs to be resolved. I do not want that to be a part of it tonight because that would change all the data and would require a whole new presentation. But I think that going back to EPC for clarification and working that out is the way to go.
Can we take a first reading vote with those amendments and then do that work?
So, yeah, the motion on the floor is to
establish regulations for single-family dwellings floor area ratio, comma, to.
Thank you. Comma to include forest beach overlay, exclude family compounds and subdivisions. That is the motion on the floor. Call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. It appears to be unanimous. Did you not? I couldn't see it. Okay. All those opposed? Mr. Brown opposes. Thank you. All right.
Mayor, can I ask, when does the planning commission meet this month?
When what meets?
The planning commission.
I think it's the 11th.
11th.
Oh, that's before the.
At the 11th.
The regular Planning Commission meeting for October is October 18th, the day after your next council meeting.
So that would be after the public planning committee meeting and before the next town council meeting, okay?
No, it would be after public planning and after.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have the first reading of proposed ordinance 2023-16, amending Title 16 of the Municipal Code of Town of Hilton Head Island, land management, or, well, that's what we just did.
A
Turn my
succinct
page over.
presentation.
Let me turn my page.
Consideration of.
John, they're all working out when you get up there.
Next, we have John Trory, who are representing consideration of an ordinance for the town of Hilton Head Island for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, to provide for the expenditures of certain funds, to allocate the source of revenue for the said funds, and to provide severability and effective date. Mr. Troy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we have a discussion about a proposed budgetary amendment. The original budget passed in June, adopted the budget. There's been one change since then, and the town council has rolled back the millage rate since then to offset the effects of reappraisal from 23 to 21.4. But there's been no changes to the dollar amounts in the budget. Since then, town council has made 4 land purchases, and we need to amend the budget to provide for those purchases. And so that's the normal town process. Town council makes the decisions, and then we make the budgetary amendment following that. So there's just a process. We also had a few changes in the CIP. When we did the original budget projections, there was estimates made on how far a number of different CIP projects would be toward June 30th. Now that we have final numbers, they're a little bit different than what we expected. We put those together and made adjustments for that and made that work within the total of the CIP. So the CIP has some amendments within it, but the total remains the same. And so we consider this more of a housekeeping item. We also had some slight changes in the general fund, similar things. We had a little bit of adjustment in responsibilities and a little bit of change in organizational, but we're really using just the budget that town council has provided. And so we would include these amendments to the general fund that bring the same total. The dollar amount for the land purchases, 11,688 for those 4 parcels. And that would make our new budget from 129.9 to 141.6. And so we would recommend the first reading on tonight and consider a second reading on the 17th. And we would certainly welcome any comments or questions.
Okay, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move council adopt an ordinance for the town of Hilton Head Island for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, to provide for the expenditures of certain funds, to allocate the sources of revenue for the said funds, and to provide for the severability and effective date. First reading.
Okay, discussion.
I have a couple of questions, Mayor. I'm looking at the agenda package, and so I'm going by those page numbers. I apologize. It's the only way I know how to do it. So I'm looking at page 3.
Okay, yes.
Agenda package. And I see that interdepartmental transfers, and as I understand from your staff report, in the agenda package, those changes in the general fund are based upon aligning with department responsibilities. And so there's no change in the projects that are part of the capital project plan that the town council has already seen and approved. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm looking at page 4, which has some changes in the numbers. For instance, the beach program has a reduction of $873,717, and the pathway program has a reduction of $359. And the park program has a reduction, but the facility and equipment program has a substantial increase of over $3 million. And so set aside the land acquisition portion. That raises my question about what's changed, not departmental realignment, but what's changed in those fund expenditures to the pathway program to reduce the amount, and in the park program to reduce the amount, and then facility and equipment program to substantially increase the amount.
We went through with the capital improvements team and really tried to line out the timetable of what it was going to take for each project. And it was more of a timing issue than it's not at all a scope change. It's more about what is going to happen in this fiscal year. And so those adjustments, I think we're more realistic on how much could be accomplished between now and June 30th.
So does that then change the strategic plan that was adopted because you've moved some things around as far as what's being done in which year?
I think there's some slight adjustments. Yes, there's a little bit on the timing issue, but it's, I think there was an emphasis on phasing. And so the projects that were contemplated and planned are still moving forward. It's just a matter of assigning which fiscal year that is going to go. And so I think all of these projects were taking a really close look on the phasing piece of it to fit within this budget year.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that doesn't help me out. I'm concerned about looking at just these numbers and not looking at the strat plan and the projects and being comfortable with this, because I'm going like, you know, I like pathways, I like the beach, I like the parks. Facilities and equipment are okay, but how come they're getting all the money from the other folks? That's a question for me, and to have this first before us today without detail about those changes, I'm comfortable with budget ordinance amendments, but I'm not comfortable with this one. And the next question I have is on that same page, page 4, the source of the funds for land acquisition. And I compared that to page 5. So I see that, for instance, Bryant Road, 3.4 million. And then I look over to page 5 to see where money might have come from. An easier one for me, so if I take Bryant Road and Matthews Drive site, real estate transfer fees, that totals $3,750,000. And then if I look at the increase in revenues on page 5, I see real estate transfer fee of $3,750,000. That makes sense. But then when I look at Pope Avenue, okay, $4 million. And then I look at page 5, state accommodations tax, an increase of $4 million. So that makes sense. Then I look at Shelter Cove Lane and I'm going like, okay, now where does the rest of the money come from? And maybe it's a mixture of more of those, but to me, the direct lines don't work.
It's a little bit, there's projects, as the mix of the projects change slightly, then the revenues that accompany that change slightly. And so for the Bryant Road, yes, that's all real estate transfer fee. The Matthews Drive, all real estate transfer fee. The Shelter Cove was a mixture of state aid tax, the beach fee, and hospitality. And Pope Avenue was also state aid tax, beach fee, and hospitality. And so there was a mixture there, but then there was also in the carry forward of the specific projects, assigned revenue that went with those projects. And so that change in mix on the spending connected to the change in mix on the revenues.
Yeah, I think it'd be helpful to know specifically how much came from each of those funds, particularly for Shelter Cove Lane and Pope Avenue, because the Bryant Road and Matthews Drive totals $3,750,000, and that's increased revenue and real estate transfer fee. That seems to match, but the other two don't make direct sense to me.
Yeah, well, the other two, I have the numbers, but there are 3 different numbers for each. Shelter Cove is $2 million from state aid tax, $1,703,000 for beach fee, and $234,000 for the hospitality. The Pope Avenue, the state aid tax is $2 million, beach fee $1,765,500, and hospitality $234,500. So
yeah, maybe
there's a mixture there.
We could get a memo in between readings with sorting that out.
No, we can certainly spell that out, and I'm happy to do that. And then we'll add some more detail with the projects because we want you to be comfortable with that.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm okay getting that between first and second readings.
Okay, good. Any other comment from the council?
Public comment? Mr. Mayor, one thing. Troy, one other thing to include in the memo in the next reading, and I appreciate council having questions at this point. Does the, I guess the difference between 2023's actuals and 2023's projections account in this amendment as well?
Yes.
Okay, well, could you spell that out? Thank you.
Yeah, and that's a piece of it, and that's primarily it is. We make projections early in the budget cycle, and then the actuals come just a little differently than what we planned.
Don, I'm interested in knowing how we are doing in terms of implementing projects. And does that pace impact what you're talking about here to any degree, significant degree?
No, and I hope that's enough. No, it's, we know, and we had a number of different meetings about is that the CIP is full speed ahead, and so that's our full expectation.
Any other comments from council? Tunner? Ms. Tunner?
Behind you.
Yep, behind you. Ms.
Oh,
Tunner.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No problem.
Melinda Tunner, Palmetto Hall. I had the same questions that Councilman Bryson had. And really wanted to understand that as you have those pluses and minuses in the capital plan, although there's no impact in the 2024 plan, what's happening in the 2025? So you've got things going up 3.3 million in total, things going down 3.3 million in total. And I didn't know if that $3.3 million was not going to be moved into 2025, increasing your capital improvement plan, which is already the largest year of capital expenditure. So I did have a question on that. And then I also had a comment. You know, when I look at how the business of the town is done, the committees play an important role, and they are usually the first area that gets the opportunity to review, discuss, and move forward items to town council. And questions like you're having now would have come up in the finance committee. So I was surprised to see that this topic was in new business as a first reading, and I was surprised because it wasn't covered at the finance meeting. So thank you for the opportunity to provide feedback.
Thank you. Mr. Hoagland?
Thanks again. I don't expect you to listen or comply. This is just for video record. And I believe that it'll be used for external investigations and forensic audits I think are imminent. I think y'all are going to be faced with that at some point in time because the dishonesty can't continue. How do you know anything about expenditures of funds without an independent forensic outside audit? I contend all hired audits and budgets of this town are fraudulent and only show the numbers the CPA Troyer, Orlando, and other employees, including the lawyers, want you to see. None of you are CPAs. I repeat, none of you are CPAs, and even if you were, you don't have forensic audit knowledge. You can't just be a CPA. You've got to have forensic audit knowledge as well. I'm going to highly suggest something to y'all, and I hope you comply to this and listen to what I'm telling you. I suggest you hire an outside audit firm, since none of you know what's going on, never seen any of the numbers that these people are churning out. And I suggest that you hire a firm, and I know several firms like this in South Carolina that are made up of CPAs that are former FBI agents. And that's the kind of audit firm you need. You need somebody who knows how to follow the money, look for the money, and is trained on town and county corruption, small town corruption. So again, you have issued funds for private illegal use, and I'm going to repeat, CPIN's $600,000 needs to come back to the taxpayers. That's a lawsuit that the Supreme Court ruled on, and you're going to have to come with grips with that. And you're going to have to come with grips that the chamber in tens of millions, you've got to come to grips with that, and many nonprofits. You cannot use public money for private purposes.
And if you do, you got to see what the heck they did with it and how many crimes and illegal use has been committed by it. So, Mr. Perry, again, if I'm wrong, then I'll never come back to another council meeting as long as I live. And I'm going to tell you something else. I'm not like you. I don't lie. I'm honest. I'm not like you, Mr. Perry. Okay?
You're out of order.
No, you're out of order.
No, you're out of
And I'm going to tell, no, you're out of order. And I'm going to tell you something.
Mr. Hoagland.
I will not only never attend another council meeting, but I will be happy to write you $1 million check reward. I'll have that check sent to you. You're completely out of order.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your right hand. All those opposed? It is a 6-1 in favor of. Lastly, we have a consideration of an ordinance amending the business license ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island to update the class schedule as required by Act 176 of 2020 South Carolina Business License Tax Standardization Act 6-1-400-420. This item was brought to the Finance Administrative Committee on September 19th, and the committee voted to forward this request on to Town Council. Ms. Akins.
Good evening. I'm April Akins, the Revenue Services Manager here at the town. I oversee the administration of our business license taxes, and I'm here today to share with you the upcoming changes to our tax law. Just to provide you a brief background and to refresh our memories, South Carolina General Assembly passed Act 176 in September of 2020, and that was to standardize how we administer our business license taxes. As a result, MAC developed and created the business license model ordinance to ensure compliance with the state requirements. Afterwards, Town Council adopted the business license model ordinance in September of 2021, and now administers the business license taxes according to our state law. I provided a few highlights that occurred during 2021. We're implementing the state law that are directly impacted with the current changes. Act 176 requires the town to adopt through the standard, to adopt an ordinance, sorry. I've been sitting there too long, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Act 176 required the town to adopt the standardized business license class schedules. We did that through the adoption of our model ordinance. The town reclassified all of those businesses at that time for the 2022 business license tax year. And as an example, we had 33 business license class schedules that went into 18 new class schedules during that time. Afterwards, we completed a data analysis on the rate changes. Excuse me, and the study revealed a shortfall of about $340,000. As a result, Town Council approved business license tax rates to increase 7.2% to achieve a revenue neutral result that was required by law. And now we're here in 2023. We've got some work to do for housekeeping purposes. Our Act 176 requires that we adopt the latest standardized business license class schedule that was recommended by MAC, and it's also adopted by the Director of Revenue and Fiscal Affairs Office. That does happen every odd year, so I'll be back in 2025. MAC determines and revises the standardized business license class schedule every even year. They use the latest available nationwide IRS statistics. Their IRS statistics are used for the calculation of the profitability of the business classified within the NAICS code system. And they also implement the newest NAICS codes in 2023, more housekeeping. MAC uses a 3-year average of IRS profitability statistics to determine the class schedule changes. And I'd like to note that the 3-year average that was used for this year's changes were from 2017, 2018, and 2019. So that is before our pandemic. I did reach out to MAC to find out what they're planning to do for the future for the averages, since we went through a pandemic, and that obviously impacted the revenue. I haven't heard back from them yet, but when I do, I'll be happy to share that information with you. Let's see, MAC recommends rebalancing our business license tax revenue, but it's not mandated. And of course, the goal of this process is to stabilize and limit large fluctuations between our business classes and also our tax revenue. We completed a business license rate study based on the new changes that are coming. MAC published the latest standardized business license class schedule in June of this year. And then in the month of July, we did the data analysis on approximately 14,000 business license accounts to determine the impact that that would have on our business community and also here at the town. To give you an overview, there are 19 industry sectors in this class schedule. 9 industries of those 19 will be impacted by the class schedule changes in the 2024 business license tax year. 7 industries will take a tax rate reduction, and 2 industries will have a tax rate increase. Overall, that impacts 15.8% of our businesses with the class schedule changes. And our total revenue loss was definitely more favorable this time, with a loss of $32,833.80, or less than 1% of our total business license tax revenue. I included the detailed slide of our rate study analysis so that you can see how it's impacting our local businesses. The green areas that are highlighted, those are the industries that are being impacted. When you look at the bottom of the slide, the total number, the first column, is our actual business license revenue that was collected in fiscal year 23 with those 14,000 businesses. So that equaled $6.314 million. And then when you reclassify into the new classes, then you will see the change at the bottom there, the total that drops a little bit to the $6.281 million. And that is where almost the $33,000 shortfall occurs. Not to point anyone out on our slide here, but I did want you to understand when you drill it down to the level of the industry and how that impacts the business itself. So if you looked at down towards the bottom, 722 industry is our restaurants. They move from a class 1 over to a class 2. So that will increase their business license tax revenue as on an average of 24%. When you look at the next sector, the 48 through 49, that's the transportation and warehousing. So they move from a class 2 back over to a class 1, and their business license tax revenue is impacted by 22%. I say that because I went back and looked at the 2021 analysis, which was very different than this. First, we had 33 business license classes that were being moved into this new format, and it ranged from, I think actually the restaurants went from decreased by 56%. So they got a 56% decrease. Sorry, I am having trouble talking today. A 56% decrease 2 years ago, and now they're having a 24% increase. And that does speak to the way the industry fluctuates, and the whole purpose of us adopting this particular class schedule. Some of our businesses fluctuated over 77% on the last change. So we're hoping this new process will eliminate those large fluctuations. So even though you see some larger numbers, overall it is really very normal for the process.
Mayor, can I ask a question on this chart? For the food services and drinking places, that's the largest amount of increase. Do we have any idea about how that affects individual businesses across the board? Like, is it an average of a 1% increase? Or I'm just wondering about that impact, and then also what the effective date is.
The effective date will be January 1 of 2024. So the businesses that are located in the food services and drinking, that would be our caterers and our restaurants. We took all of those, there's several hundred, and then, calculated what would happen if we changed the class rate based on the revenue they've reported to us. So that is an average across the board. The more money that was reported, the higher the tax increase.
I'm sorry, which is the average?
The column on the far right, my right.
24%.
Yes, so that's their average.
So if I have a
within that industry.
restaurant, then my business license is likely to increase by 24%. I don't have one.
The business license tax, yes.
Okay. All right. And I don't know how much, what's the average business license tax? I guess it varies with the amount of income, but.
It does. Average overall 14,000 is a couple $100.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Okay. I'm just wondering about the impact on the small businesses.
Yeah, and I understand.
Yeah. And then while we're at it, the manufacturing, that's the second biggest increase, although certainly not as much as food services and drinking places. But what kind of manufacturing do we have here that's impacted?
We do not have very much manufacturing. So the amount of businesses in that, as you can see, is less than 1% of our total businesses. So it is a small amount.
Do we have a few that are substantially impacted?
A few, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so staff is recommending adopting the standardized business license class schedule with no adjustment to the town's current business license tax rates. We felt that the shortfall of $33,000 less than 1% was reasonable, and we didn't see any need to go out and increase our taxes. As you know, I went in front of the Finance Administrative Committee to consider this ordinance, and hoping that tonight you will have the first reading with additional stuff for us to do behind the scenes. So staff will be working in November to prepare the business license software and update the class schedules to prepare for the 2024 business license renewals. And then, of course, in January, the new class schedule will be implemented.
I'm willing to make a motion.
Okay.
I move council adopt an ordinance amending the business license ordinance of the town of Hilton Head Island to update the class schedule as required by Act 176 of 2020, South Carolina Business License Tax Standardization Act 6-1-4 under -420. First reading.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
One quick other comment. Y'all have done a really good job in notifying businesses about when things are going to happen and what the process is. And I'm assuming you're going to do that again between now and January 1.
Yes, definitely. They will definitely get a letter, and we can obviously reach out to the community as well.
Okay, any other comments from council? Public comment?
Very quick. Home-based businesses, especially running internet technology businesses on the island, there's a lot of them running $1 million plus operations, I can promise you. There'll be no way to enforce that. They won't comply, and why would they? They'll never get caught. They're running out of their home. So that's going to be a big loss for you, but you know what? That's what's so great about technology and internet. It's disrupted the system, and take it any way you want, good or bad.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand, and that is unanimous. We will now move into executive session regarding the following matters. A receipt of legal advice from the town attorney on matters covered under the attorney-client privilege pursuant to the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act, Section 30-4-78, 2, related to application of the pending ordinance doctrine.
Your motion?
Is there a motion?
Yes. Motion for purposes outlined.
Okay. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. So moved. executive session.
No, there was no action, motions taken.
All right, with that being said, there's no further business. We are adjourned.